This is Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It's a lot more fun coming in after a Phillies win, so we get to do that 2 straight days. We had a hero at Citizens Bank Park last night. Is he heating up? Also, an interesting question from Haley, who runs our YouTube channel. What should the Eagles' 2024 slogan be? We discussed that with you all day today. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade Salciunas.
Stars in cities, especially like Philadelphia, they are always on the map, and we should expect more winning out of them.
And we'll go to the Eagles and Jalen Hurts. I am a believer that your best player, I think there is also a responsibility as the team spokesperson.
Kincade Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Wednesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, good morning.
Good morning to you too, buddy.
Let's make it through this today.
Yes, right? Make it through.
It's your Friday.
It is my Friday. I will leave the country tomorrow, and that will make a lot of people happy.
I'm sure it would be. I'm thrilled about it. Hopefully they let you come back.
They're going to let me back in.
Just don't do anything nefarious while you're out there that they don't let you come back in.
Heading up to Canada, and I wonder, could I bring the Stanley Cup back to Canada?
Well, we're hoping that for one Brendan Gunn, whose cash out is now up into the $200 range.
So when Connor told him to cash out at $144, and I told him I would cover if he didn't get back to $144, now he's on his own.
Now he's on his own, and he's not cashing out, and he's letting it ride some more. And at this point, hey, screw it, go for it.
Yeah, go for it, buddy.
All right, so last night, Phillies with another win. They've taken the first 2 games of this series against San Diego, so they're already handling business. They've already won this series. And we had a hero last night in Nick Castellanos in the 9th inning. Well, first, let me applaud Bryson Stott.
A lot of heroes.
Right. Let me applaud Bryson Stott, who we talked about a lot this week, and how he has been struggling, completely underperforming so far this season. And he drives in the game-tying run in the bottom of the 9th inning last night. Just a nice slap to the other way.
It was a nice piece of hit.
Yeah, beautiful, pure swing, which is what we're accustomed to seeing out of Bryson Stott, which is why this year's been so, I don't know, confusing, because he has looked uncomfortable at the plate.
He's been bad for like 6 weeks.
Yeah,
it's been bad. But last night, that was a great piece of hitting in a critical spot.
Absolutely.
And he didn't get up there jumpy.
Right.
With 2 guys on, and he went up there and had a quality at bat.
Wasn't trying to hit a home run to end it. Just put the ball in play. And he does that last night, ties the game up. But Nick Castellanos, man, steps up to the plate. Look, I know it wasn't a missile, but he puts the ball in play, inside-out swing. He hits it the other way. Fernando Tatis can't get to the ball. It drops. It goes out of play for a ground rule double, and Nick Castellanos walks it off. He goes 4 for 5 yesterday with 2 more doubles. So in his last 2 games, he has 4 doubles combined. He is, that would make him 6 for his last 9, something like that.
He's having a great, how about this?
6 for his last 9.
A great homestand.
Yes.
He's come home. He's off to a great start. Liam is home.
Which he says helps him.
Okay, Liam is home. That's it. That's good. A small window of time, but a really, really positive time.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I'm not sitting here going, this is the turn, right? I did put out a tweet last night saying it has to come at some point. Right? Like, I don't think Castellanos, I've told you multiple times.
You said he would be.
He gets up to 240, 250,
he'd be up
right?
240, 250.
And that means he would go on a pretty decent
he has to go on a little bit of a bender.
Right, for him to get up that high. He's up to 219 now. Right, absolutely. And look, he's too good of a ball player for him to have a 162-game terrible season, right? Terrible, because up until last night, he had been playing terribly. He has had a couple of moments here and there. I think this is his second walk-off hit this year, so he has had moments, but nowhere near to the player we expected the Phillies were getting when they signed him 3 years ago. So hopefully this could be a beginning of a turn for Nick Castellanos, but it was nice to see yesterday. And so I am going to put people to a test today.
Okay, what kind of test? I didn't study.
Can you give Nick Castellanos some love today?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I've already done it. I always believe that if you're going to come with the heavy critique, and I most certainly have, and many
you
others
have, but I know that you will give credit when credit's due.
But I'll go, hey, on that window of time. Now, let's see if he can make it. Let's see if he can change my opinion of him.
right,
as a player.
But you're going to still applaud him for last night.
Absolutely. And no, I mean, it's that you see glimpses of him. And again, the reason that I haven't bailed on him completely is the fact of those NLDSs.
Yes.
Versus the Braves.
Right.
The Braves hate him.
They look at him as the devil incarnate. Yeah.
And here people are like, extremely frustrated because you got to watch him 162.
And rightfully so. Like everybody should be frustrated with Nick Castellanos. I'm not going to sit here and
you should be able to be frustrated.
You shouldn't be frustrated. Like, no, you should be. He is not playing up to his contract. As you have pointed out, he had one great half of a season,
right,
which got him in the All-Star game last year. Oh, by the way, he might get into the All-Star game this year for all we know.
He's
sixth in voting.
He's had a bad calendar year.
Yes, he has.
Except for that NLDS.
Except for the NLDS. And in the NLCS, he was horrible. It's a home run his first at bat, goes hitless the rest of the way.
Ever performance
it was terrible.
Which is just weird.
So everybody who has an opinion on Nick Castellanos that isn't favorable, that isn't fanfare, that isn't lovey-dovey, you have every right to. I'm not sitting here saying, let's give him a standing ovation
we're not doing
tomorrow.
that stuff.
No, we're not doing any of that.
We're not the show of standing ovations.
No. But I do believe people should be big enough and give credit when credit is due. It's something that I've always prided myself. Like, there are players, you've done enough shows with me right now that there are players that I do not like. Like, I don't like the way they play. I don't like their talent. I would wish that there was improvements to those players.
You have more than I do. Would you say
more?
anything?
Way more.
I tend to be a sucker. I actually wish I was a little more like Andrew. I tend to be a sucker. Like, I get sucked back in and then get disappointed again and sucked back in.
But you give credit when credit's due.
Yeah,
and that's something
like
if Paul Reed goes out and drops 30 against Anthony Davis, like, I'm going to come on here the next day and celebrate the fact that Paul Reed owned Anthony Davis in a game in the regular season. So Nick Castellanos is a player. We did a show, last week, 2 weeks ago? We like who we like, we dislike who we dislike.
And I believe that 100%.
Nick Castellanos is the poster child of the guy that people don't like, and they'll always be critical, but they won't give him his flowers when he deserves it.
Well, today he gets flowers, baby.
He deserves his flowers today.
No disrespect. We ain't rolling into the Acme and getting flowers.
No.
We're going to go to Polites.
Polites, thank you.
Polites. We get Polites, we get some flowers for Nick.
Yes, absolutely. So I'm going to put you to the test. You could call in, you could text in 610-632-0975. Are you going to give some love to Nick Castellanos? I would love to hear from you guys today. And if you can't, try to explain why that you would not celebrate a guy who, yes, has been struggling all season long, has been underperforming to his contract, but had a big moment like last night. Instead of doing a standing ovation, how about we say, hey, let's see if the snowballs a little bit. But applaud the guy when he has a big moment like last night.
Do you believe in now I absolutely believe in cheering the guy and giving him his due. When you come in and when you line up to give somebody an ass kicking every day for their poor performance, you show up and you give them their love when they deserve it. The question is, how much do you believe in the snowball? Like, how much do you believe he has snowball potential?
I believe he has it.
I believe Bryson Stott has. See, I do not.
Okay.
How about this? I believe that Bryson Stott has the ability to maybe have a snowball that starts rolling down the hill and becomes a giant, like, boulder. Whereas I believe with Nick Castellanos, this is what we're going to get. We're going to get windows in time where he looks amazing, and we will say, he's figured it out. And then he won't.
Well, hopefully this window can stay open longer than what we've seen so far this year. I mean, look, we did see it for a first half of the season last year.
Yeah, psychologically, I don't know the man, so I'm just saying. I always think that to be a baseball player and to have sustained success, you probably have to be strong psychologically.
Probably.
Very strong. I doubt that's in his repertoire. I haven't seen enough to ever believe that it's there, that he's strong, mentally tough when he needs to be. We'll see. We'll see how this works out. And everyone's rooting for him. That's the big thing is that collectively, I don't think anybody's rooting against him.
Maybe not rooting against him, but I saw a tweet last night, John.
Okay, what'd you say?
And this bothered me.
All right.
So I see a tweet last night. The best thing about Castellanos last night is maybe he upped his trade value. And I'm like, really? Your reaction to Castellanos going 4 for 5, a guy that we've been crushing all season long, again, rightfully so.
But still crushing.
Still crushing
No question.
all season long. goes out there, goes 4 for 5, drives in the game-winning run with a ground rule double, and your first thought is trade value? Like, first off, I don't think the Phillies can move him.
I don't think that.
Being
I don't
honest.
think that. What's it? $40 million left for the next 2 years.
Right. I don't think they can move the contract. I don't think there's any team that's clamoring for Nick Castellanos.
There's $50 million left in his deal right now because we're not halfway through this year.
Right.
So it's more like $50 million.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's clamoring for
Nobody's touching that contract.
The best thing for Nick Castellanos and the Phillies is if he plays well for the Phillies.
That is correct.
Like, he's the right-handed power bat that you need to have in your lineup, that you lost with Rhys Hoskins getting injured last year and then signing with the Brewers this year. Castellanos, to his credit, when we all freaked out, how are they going to play well without a right-handed power bat? Because I think everybody wrote off Nick Castellanos from his first year. He stepped up the first half of the season last year and filled that hole as the right-handed bat, and then you saw Trey Turner play much better in the second half of the season. The best thing for the Phillies is him playing better.
Cooney had said something last year before the season, and he said over like 35 doubles for Nick Castellanos going into last year.
Okay.
And I was like, based on last year, you're feeling that. And he just thought, look, the guy, I think Bob's a baseball card guy. He believes that things are going to revert to the norm. He hasn't reverted to the norm for the most part of what he was before Philly. He hasn't. This might be the new Nick Castellanos.
John,
last year was amazing.
Nick Castellanos is a 273 career hitter.
Yep.
He hit 263 in year 1, 272 in year 2.
Okay.
Like, he's
and what's he hitting this year?
It's only 219.
No, so he's hitting around he's hitting around 245 as a Philly.
As a Philly, okay. If you're going to combine all three,
he's hitting.
But year 1 and year 2, he was close to his career average.
No, but I mean, he's hitting like 245 as a Philly probably for his career, something like that. And he has not been he has not been at all.
No, he has not been. He has not been.
This isn't. But I like what you're saying though this morning. Because this isn't the day for that.
No, today's a day where we celebrate a guy who's gotten beaten down by the city. Once more, rightfully so. I don't think anybody's been out of line with what they've said about Nick Castellanos this year or collectively all 3 seasons with him in a Phillies uniform. But today's a day where I want to sit back and go, you know what? Good for you, Nick. Good game last night. Hopefully this continues, because if it does, this lineup continues to be more dangerous. We see how much better this team is when Trey Turner's back in the lineup, right? We saw it just 2 nights ago. They scored 9 runs right away. Yeah, because now Castellanos isn't batting second.
Well, also, too, with Nick Castellanos, and again, to give him credit, his first year, for the majority of it, he was garbage in right field. Garbage. And he worked hard.
He has.
They always talk about, I tell you talk to anyone around the Phillies, and he is always identified as one of their hardest working players. He's turned himself into an exceptional right fielder as far as he makes every routine play. Every single play that has to be made, he makes it.
Yeah.
And so to me, that's something where from his first year to his second year, he totally changed the narrative.
When I was in Clearwater 2 years ago for spring training, I did 3 shows from down there. I saw Nick Castellanos each day doing individual work, and it was fascinating. Right? I'm a baseball geek, so I love
dork.
it. One of the outfielding coaches had the pitching machine just drilled into the ground,
sure,
so he was fielding grounders off the 100-mile-an-hour pitching machine. And then they had him do a drill where he was on his knees, and they would just shoot it in different directions, and he would have to not fully dive, but just fall down and catch. Like, he worked on it.
By the way,
every day that I was there, I saw him doing individual drills in the outfield by himself.
Longest streak ever in the history of Major League Baseball for right fielder without an error.
That's great.
I mean, to me, that's a guy, and if you remember 2022, he looked atrocious in the outfield.
It was horrible.
And he
made that diving catch
against the Braves.
And then also he was Alec Boehm.
But you know what, though? That diving catch probably was because of all the hard work he was doing on the side.
Maybe.
Learning stuff. He learned angles. He learned that thing. And one thing I'll never question about Castellanos is that the work ethic is there.
Yeah.
Whether he does his own thing as his work ethic annoys the crap out of me.
Right.
It annoys the crap out of me. When I hear that other players are big into the film room, and studying their at-bats and looking at opposing pitch. And he's like, I go up there without a plan. I can't do that. That pisses me off.
All right.
That's something I do not.
Plan. He's 6 for his last 9.
That doesn't,
Game-winning double last night, man.
How about this? I'll celebrate last night. It was absolutely awesome.
Let's celebrate last night. Here is Nick Castellanos after the game yesterday, talking about the joy he felt when he saw his teammates coming after him.
It's incredible to watch just the reaction. Well, first of all, Liam's reaction, but your teammates' reaction as they swarm you at second base. What is it like to see that when they're coming after you like that?
It's just joy, man, just to be able to come back, rally together, and walk it off like that is awesome.
See, he's happy. Seems like a happy guy because I think a lot of people think he's too cool for school. Maybe that's the face he puts on when things aren't going well.
I got to tell you, I am not a guy who's around the team all the time, but I am a guy who goes to the games, goes down there. I find him too cool for school. Like that's the image, not for his teammates, but just the image he puts out.
Oh, and maybe that might be a way to hide when he's struggling. I don't know.
Again, I don't know what it is. I can't do the
Donovan McNabb was always smiling when things were going bad. Maybe Nick Castellanos this is his crutch, is to play too cool for school. Who knows?
I certainly hope that the happiness that he finds having his son in town is part of this equation. That he just feels. And by the way, as someone who has done that, who has lived a year, like a period of my life where I didn't have my child under my roof, it was torture to me emotionally.
Yeah.
Like it was the hardest part of this whole thing when I moved up here. Hardest part was being apart from my daughter. And I can tell you, if it helps him mentally, that's freaking awesome.
That'd be freaking awesome.
And he seems like he's a spectacular dad.
Yeah.
Seems like just awesome.
I want to celebrate his success today.
I like that.
Would love to hear from you on the phone line, text line, 610-632-0975. It's okay to give credit where credit is due, and Nick Castellanos deserves a lot of credit today. The other thing that we want to do today, I found this interesting. Haley, you told me about it. It was Haley's idea.
Yeah, Haley
who runs our YouTube.
This is Haley's idea. She really is a brilliant, brilliant mind.
Absolutely.
Now, sometimes she's got nutty stuff, too. And we always will tell you about those things, too.
Uh-huh.
But this was brilliant.
This was brilliant. So she was wondering, because she was wearing a T-shirt yesterday, a bit of a violation.
Oh, I think it's a violation. Division T-shirts are a violation.
It was the division-winning T-shirt.
That's a violation. Like, you don't buy the T-shirt when you win the division. But that's just a violation.
That's all right. Look, go get it at Rally House.
Violation.
So she had the T-shirt on yesterday. We were thinking about slogans.
Right.
And what the Eagles' slogan should be for 2024. And the other day, or a couple weeks ago, I told you I believe that this team, it should be NFC Championship or bust. But if we're coming up with the catchy slogan.
And nobody's buying that shirt.
No.
Like NFC Championship or bust.
No.
Nobody's buying that shirt.
No, it's got to be the catchy slogan that is the hashtag.
So we're sort of maybe Rally House.
A new era of orange is the one that the Flyers are running with.
Which, by the way, I like that. And by the way, I hope that they do not give up that. I hope they keep that.
Okay.
I hope that's one that the Flyers maintain.
Right.
Because I think this is the new era of orange. Wasn't just 1 year. I hope that continues.
So what would yours be for the Philadelphia Eagles, John?
For 2024, my slogan and on every T-shirt, players at training camp, they're walking around, never again. Never again. And here's what I did yesterday. Dork Boy went and looked at how many players referenced at the end of the year. We can't let that happen again. That can never happen again. End of the season locker rooms as they're cleaning out the locker rooms, just saying that was so embarrassing. We have to find a way to never let that happen again.
Right.
So it's perfect. I let them write it. Never again.
Love it.
That's it.
And it's very similar to mine.
You're kidding me.
Kind of.
This is why we do not talk.
We don't
about
talk
this
before the
stuff
show. Don't do this show before the show. Mine is move forward.
Oh my God, I love it.
And it's a double meaning, John.
Okay, now what?
Hey, move forward from all that mess from last year, right? Like you got to. I don't want to say ignore what happened last year because part of fixing from your mistakes is realizing the mistakes that you made, and that could be on the field, that could be in the film room, that could be relationships between coach and quarterback that we've obviously been talking about a lot.
In other words, we have too many of a laundry list of things that yours could be. Yours could be
exactly. There's a lot that could fit under this umbrella of move forward. The other thing, move forward like further in the playoffs. You should not. This team, if they lost in the wild card round, it would be once again a colossal failure for the Philadelphia.
Nick Sirianni would be fired.
Yes, and there would be
Nick Sirianni's fired if this team's not in the divisional playoff round. I think that he's fired.
Yeah, and we will be talking about a lot of issues.
Oh, sure we will.
There would be player conversations as well about, all right, is this guy still the guy? So for me, it's move forward. I love never again. Tom, think about yours because we'll get yours coming up next.
I'm hoping Kellen Moore's offense, though, moves forward
That
a
would
lot,
be nice.
too.
Yeah, not just wide receiver screens.
And tush pushes. As much as we love the tush push, I swear to you, if I see another season where you need 3 tush pushes to keep a drive alive, I'll promise you this. Kellen Moore will cut the tush push down by minimum 50%.
And I think he should.
No, he will.
And I think
you have
Saquon Barkley.
He's gonna exactly.
Like you have a legit power back. Like,
it was so cute. The tush push was cute.
It worked.
Again,
it worked.
Let's go
to an extent.
Turn the page on that.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, so send in your slogans. You can call in, text in, call in and explain.
We'll get lots of texts on this one.
612-0975. Your slogan for the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles. You can also answer on our YouTube feed. Haley will send us some over to us, and we'll give you your credit because today's a day where credit should be given.
Yes,
where credit is due to Nick Castellanos.
If you're going to beat people up,
like we do,
you can
with
show
Castellanos.
up. You can show up and say, "Hey, tip your cap," and go. Hopefully, things are changing.
It's a tip your cap day to Nick Castellanos on Kincade Salciunas. Also coming up next, John has a number about the Phillies this year.
Well, it's not even this year. It's a whole. It's even into last year.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Okay. I'll probably make an argument against it.
You
shockingly.
will. I'm sure you will.
It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Tatis. He can't get it. It's a fair ball. The Phillies will win the game here in the bottom of the ninth inning. Nick Castellanos gives the Phils their fifth walk-off win of the year.
There it is, Nick Castellanos, the game-winning double, courtesy of our friends at NBC Sports Philadelphia.
What a brilliant,
great call,
patient call by Tom McCarthy.
He's tremendous.
I would be word vomiting all over that. I had did many multiple years of spring training baseball calls and I tell you, I was terrible.
Well,
I was.
You're
terrible.
a great morning show radio host,
Yes, thank you very much. I was absolutely atrocious at it. And that requires such patience.
Yeah,
he's amazing.
Great call. Great win for the Phillies last night. And what I want to do with you today at 610-632-0975, you can text in or call in. Give Nick Castellanos credit today. That's it. I'm not asking to do a standing ovation. I'm not starting to have a hashtag start trending. I'm not trying to make this bigger than what it should be. If a guy goes 4 for 5, a guy who has a game-winning hit, a guy who's now 6 for his last night offensively, a guy that has struggled mightily this year and is bottom line underperformed in terms of the contract and the expectations you had for him when he got here, but has had some incredible moments. We mentioned both NLDSs. We mentioned the first half of the season last year where he was an all-star. I still think he was the team MVP last year.
And you did say that last year,
yeah, I did.
too, by the way.
I did, and I stand by it. But I understand that people look at Castellanos a certain way, and this year he deserves to be ridiculed the way that he has been. But when you have back-to-back nights like that, where he made a legitimate impact in the game, yesterday being the game winner as well, on a 4 for 5 day, he deserves credit. It really shouldn't be that hard for people to do.
You got to move on at some point if you have just the bash him every day. Gentleman says to me on a tweet, I responded to him. He says, "You wanted him benched yesterday." I said, "No." I said flat out, give him a damn day off every once in a while, like you do every other player. The day off helped Alec Boehm so much.
It did?
One day. And all he did was 1 day plus the travel.
It was a reset.
So he had 2 days away from baseball. And Alec Boehm comes back, and he's been fantastic.
Yeah.
And Nick Castellanos doesn't deserve to be in the lineup every day.
No, he doesn't.
He needs some mental rest. And look, it was great. And the last 2 days, this is going to be, hopefully it's a fantastic homestand that spirals into like something just being crazy.
That would be great. And the better he plays, the better this lineup is, and the better this team will be.
They're going for win 50 today.
That's unbelievable, dude.
On June 19th.
In June. It's amazing, man. It really is.
Unbelievable.
One of the better Phillies teams we've ever watched, and hopefully they just get the job done.
Best I've ever seen.
Deeper in the playoffs. You can text in, call in 610-632-0975. The other thing that we're doing, what would the Eagles 2024 slogan be, or what should the Eagles 2024 slogan be? You can text in, call in, or YouTube in, email some answers on social media as well. Mine's move forward. John's is never again. Kind of the same thing, but different thought
relative
processes.
message. Yeah. My buddy Joe had a bad one, but he's in construction.
Okay.
He texts me and he says, "Get back on it."
Yeah, not my favorite.
Yeah, Tom, you tell Joe right now. He's probably listening. That's not.
It's all right. Try again, Joe.
Yeah, try again.
I've heard better. Mine's not great either, but I've heard better.
What's yours, Tom?
Yeah, what is it, Tom?
So I wanted to do this, the first thing I thought of when I thought of this upcoming season. Like, you could have, yours is good. I love the move forward. You guys both have really good ones. The first thing I thought of when it comes to this upcoming season, that my mindset, my slogan would be, it can't possibly be worse, right?
Nobody's buying that shirt.
No one's buying that shirt, but that's genuinely the first thing I thought of. It can't possibly be worse.
Honestly,
somebody may buy that.
Somebody might buy it.
Someone might buy that shirt.
I've losing 6 of the last 7, all the turmoil in the locker room. You get blown out by Baker Mayfield. It can't possibly be worse.
If they start off slow, it could be worse. It could be worse if they start off slow. I don't think that they do. I think they're 3-1 through their first 4 games.
Flyers in 7. He sends it on our YouTube chat. We don't get got, we go get.
I like that one. It's deeper.
It doesn't roll off the tongue.
That's all right.
Flyers in 7, but I love Flyers in 7 being his tag. I appreciate that.
It's tough for me to.
When's the last time that happened?
Guess what? I'm a dreamer and I'm a believer. So
yeah,
that it's going to come again.
I would like it too.
It will come again.
All right, we'll get to the phones and the texts in a second, but you have a statistic for us, John,
from a listener.
Okay.
Dave Altamari.
Hello, Dave.
Sends a note to me yesterday, and Dave knows that I am a student of like statistics and stuff.
Yes, you are.
I used it in business. I use it now, and I really, really enjoy when people say like, "Well, when Kyle Schwarber bats leadoff, the Phillies' record is this." And I have said over and over again, it's the most meaningless. It is a stat that means nothing. Okay. If you study statistics and you know statistics, it means nothing.
Okay.
It is a dumb stat. So I can give you a better one, courtesy of Dave Altamari. With Johan Rojas in the lineup, the Phillies, not counting playoff games, regular season games, are 77-40, a .658 winning percentage. It is just as useless a statistic, but it's even better than the Kyle Schwarber number. Even better. It shows you how stupid you can take stats and you can make them say anything.
Yes.
Johan Rojas is the Phillies center fielder. Phillies are .658. I will tell you this. That number is more valid than Kyle Schwarber batting leadoff.
I disagree with any of these numbers.
That number is more valid. Let me repeat to you. It's more valid because what his impact on the game as far as the starting pitchers and what the benefit has been to them over his tenure, he affects it more.
So I did some research.
Okay?
Because, again, you can make numbers dance.
That's why
right?
the Schwarber number is idiotic.
I got you.
By the way, this Rojas number also, I will tell you, idiotic.
Yeah.
But it shows you, if you want to make a statistic to try to make a case, you can do it.
So the Phillies this year, you said they're going for win number 49 today.
No, 50.
Sorry, they're going
Today's
for win
50.
number 50. They have 49 wins.
Imagine number's 83 if you care.
All right. The Phillies with Trey Turner this year are 23-11. That's a .676 winning percentage.
676. I love it.
Without Trey Turner, they're 26-13. That's a .666 winning percentage. Not far off.
So Trey Turner only affects them by
a game.
But I think Trey Turner on this team makes them a better team, right? Again, numbers are funny to me because there is something to it. Johan Rojas, nobody's disagreeing with you that Johan Rojas is the best center fielder on this team, at least in terms of fielding, right? He is the best fielding center fielder on this team.
He would have caught the home run ball last night.
I thought about that too.
You and I know it.
I thought about it too.
He would have been at the wall.
Easier said than done. That's a tough play.
He would have been at the wall, Tom, underneath that ball at least 3 steps earlier.
Does a chance? Yes, I can't say for a definite that he's going to catch that.
You can't say for a definite that he's
He
catching
would have been at the wall.
Sure.
He wouldn't have been arriving at the wall the same time the ball was. He would have already been there.
Yeah, Pache took a pretty bad route on it.
And he took a terrible route on it.
Took a bad route on it.
Maybe if Pache had more playing time, he'd take a better route.
Yeah, maybe.
He took the blue route when he could have gone. I mean,
no, it was a bad route.
It was a terrible route to the ball.
But again, as Tom said, easier said than done.
And Rojas, we have seen Johan Rojas make plays like that. And he would have been at the wall waiting for that ball to come, timing his jump.
But again, numbers can make any
it's a truth.
So these Trey Turner numbers, right? So the winning percentage is just a tenth higher.
Yeah,
or 100th higher. 100th higher.
Yeah, 100th point higher.
So I could say, oh well, if they're really not that much better than Trey Turner, you might as well move on from now because I can now use that $300 million that they spent on him on better bullpen arms, better starting pitching, better players. And I could ride with Edmundo Sosa at shortstop. But I don't think this team is as good with Edmundo Sosa than with Trey Turner.
I love this because what you've just done with your Trey Turner number, what Dave Altamari, and thank you, Dave, for the email, what he did with his Johan Rojas number, it shows you the absolute absurdity of when Kyle Schwarber bats leadoff, this is the Phillies' record. It means nothing.
I'll be honest, I'm completely surprised that that's the route you took.
Yeah.
You're talking about Christian Pache taking the blue route. I thought you were just going to point out that the winning percentage with Rojas is higher than without Rojas. I didn't realize this was going to become a Schwarber. Guys, it's June. It's Schwarberfest right now.
No, we love Schwarberfest, but that stat always makes me roll my eyes.
Dude, I agree with you.
It means nothing.
It
means nothing. It's a useless stat.
But it might mean something to them. You don't know.
It's a ridiculous.
We're not in the heads of those players. It's like if the question was asked, "Hey, what does it make you feel?" or "How do you think Kyle Schwarber feels?" It's like the Jalen Hurts question.
Did we see though another defensive miscue last night in the outfield? And we did see the potential that home run would have been caught. I will insist that would have been caught.
I'll give you another number. They're 2-0 since they demoted Johan Rojas.
Correct.
They have a winning percentage of 100, John.
And I'm going to tell you, defense it doesn't matter till it matters. Doesn't matter. We're not going to Padres. We will not be playing.
All right, Pache's not going to be your starting center fielder in the playoffs.
Tell me who is. And I'll be
somebody
happy.
that they trade for.
Okay.
Pache also had 2 walks yesterday. That never happens with Johan.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
like,
great.
look,
this is not actually gets hits. He bats around 22 points higher.
He doesn't get many hits.
He bats around 22 points higher.
There are better players than Johan Rojas, Christian Pache, Brandon Marsh.
And can they get one?
They better. That's why we had that whole conversation yesterday. I would be disappointed if they don't make a splash at the trade deadline.
By the way, I was looking last night. Just one thing quickly. The trade deadline coincides, I think, with the Yankees series.
Oh, is that right?
With the Yankees here in Philly.
That's interesting.
That's going to be awesome.
That's going to be awesome. All right. We're going to get to your texts and your calls coming up. You can text in, call in 610-632-0975. Here's what we got on the table today. I want you to just give Nick Castellanos love today. You don't have to tell me that he's the best Phillies player since Mike Schmidt. I just want you to be big enough to text in or call in or email in or tweet in, hey, good game last night, Nick, because I know a lot of you would be the first one to say Nick Castellanos sucks. When he has as great of a night as he does last night, leading off, walking it off with the ground rule double, goes 4 for 5 in the game, the guy should get credit when credit is due. So I just want to find out, can you be big enough and give him his credit? Also, what should the Eagles' 2024 slogan be? I just got a good one on Twitter. Soar for one more. That was from Philadelphia. I like that one. Soar plays off on the Eagles.
For one more.
Another championship.
Okay.
I like it.
Okay.
I thought that was a good one.
I don't mind that at all. I think it's creative.
So what should the Eagles' 2024 slogan be? You can text in as well, 610-632-0975. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning. Adam Schefter at 8 o'clock right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Union Soccer.
Wednesday morning. Adam Schefter will be joining us coming up at 8 o'clock. Going to get into a ton of things regarding the Eagles. It's sad, John. There are still things from last year that I want to talk about, but he told me to move on.
He did, and if Adam yells at you today, it's on you. I mean, you know the parameters that Shefty's put there. He goes, it's 2024. That's why I want to get Shefty's slogan.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a good one.
I like hear some of the slogans.
Yeah.
What would it be?
I do wonder.
Okay.
There's got to be a way I can word some question. Because, look, the Hurts-Sirianni relationship discussion
has exploded.
And it's relevant.
And it is relevant.
Today.
It has exploded.
So I wonder if Schefty will be willing to talk on that, even though it's coming off of last year's collapse.
Here's why I'll have your back. You bring it up. He jumps you. I jump Schefty with, Schefty, they haven't moved on.
Yeah.
So why should we?
You're right.
They have not documented. They have not moved on, so why should we?
According to Jeff McClain, there are people inside NovaCare disappointed with Jalen Hurts and his lack of an answer to, I don't know, have the back of Nick Sirianni, even though the best show ever thinks it's okay.
The guy who had his back.
Did you hear the war drums, by the way?
I did not.
They've officially waged war on us.
Oh, I took a...
Did you see the tweet?
The twit. Which one's the twit, Ricky or Tyrone? Because I don't think either one of them is a twit. No. That's a little viral. I mean, come on, what was it?
You heard it on Best Show Ever. This was tweeted out yesterday by the station account around 3:30. You heard it on Best Show Ever. They are declaring war on Kincade Salciunas.
Declaring war? Really?
War. Yeah.
Really? No, look.
Because they like to turn their head and ignore issues.
Okay. And
always look on the bright side of life.
And what I would suggest is that tactically, I think tactically we got this. If it's a war between us and Best Show Ever, I think tactically you and I are incredibly deep strategic thinkers.
Yes, too deep sometimes.
Yeah, way too deep. So we're going to need somebody like Tom or Connor to dumb it down for us.
You got me for 24 more hours.
Yeah,
Sorry,
exactly.
Guys.
So what? No.
So pick a side, Tom.
If there's war,
pick a side, Tom.
You are picking a side.
No comment.
Pick a side, Tom.
Before the end of the show today.
You're Mr. Fanatic at night with Kevin Cooney.
Look, I'm closer to the Knights. That's all I got to say.
Okay.
But I'm here today. You got me today. That's all that matters.
Oh, listen to this.
Turncoat.
Holy freaking Switzerland.
This guy's a turncoat. Unbelievable. All right, let's go to the phones and the text messages to talk about today's topics. Nick Castellanos, he just deserves some love today. That's all I want to do. There's no hard-hitting topic. Show the guy some love that's been crushed daily in this city. Deservedly so. But when he has a night like last night, a stretch of the last two games that he's had so far in this series against San Diego, why don't you applaud the guy? And what should the Eagles' 2024 slogan be? Let's go to Vernon in Philly. What's up, Vernon?
Good morning, guys. Good morning.
How you doing?
Hey, Vern.
I'm good. First and foremost, let me just say rest in peace to one of the great legends, Willie Mays.
We're gonna get into that later on the show today, Vernon, because that news happening yesterday. Look, he is an icon to the sport of baseball. And just a little teaser, later on in the show, I'm going to ask you guys questions. When I say baseball, you think of. When I say football, you think of. And Willie Mays is a guy that when you say the sport of baseball is a player that you should think about right away.
Right, so I just wanted to get that out. Second, as far as Castellanos, I will do a pluck of the hat.
You will do what?
Pluck. Like, you take your finger and pluck.
Oh, yeah, okay, you're going to do that. I just want to make sure you said that. That's what I thought you said.
I thought this was Fanatic Late Evenings.
Right, yeah, we got to get it right. Pluck.
Okay.
P-L-U-C-K.
Okay.
Pluck up the hat for Nick Castellanos. We ain't doing all the rest of it. That's all that.
So no standing ovations and crap like that. We don't do that.
And I'm not asking people to do that.
No. We ain't doing all that. We ain't even moving our feet. We just gonna pluck our hat and that's it.
But you know what? How about this? I'll ask you this: Is it too much that during introductions today, when Dan Baker's leading off for the Phillies, but he gets to Castellanos, how about a little bit of a louder attaboy Nick? Can we do a little bit of that today?
Right fielder Nick Castellanos.
Yeah, can we give him a little bit extra, a little love?
Oh, I'm not saying
absolutely.
No question.
I might have my drink in my hand, so I can't do all that.
Then toast him. I want to see the drink in the air.
Okay. And far as the Eagles, I will say that my slogan will be back to the basics. Because last year I just believe they got a little too cute, and then with the
Vernon, I thought the offense was way too basic last year. Well, and thanks for the call, man.
To me it was as basic as all get out.
Yeah, I want to go back to the non-basics, back to the creativity.
Seriously, I could go watch a Saturday morning Pee Wee game with more creativity.
No, they had 3 plays. They ran 3 plays last year. It was a slant route to A.J. Brown that they didn't utilize a lot. It was a deep shot to Devontae Smith, and then it was the stupid freaking wide receiver screen. Those were your 3 pass plays. Then you had tush push and RPOs with Hurts.
Brian Johnson.
They had 5 plays.
Brian would get out-schemed by many.
Oh, don't say that.
At some of these.
Don't say that.
He would be.
It's Nick Sirianni's offense.
Oh, okay.
Remember, we got attacked by Dylan McKinnon.
All right, well, the man who was calling plays, he had no freaking clue then. He had no feel.
Dude,
When you're able to predict the play calls, that's all I need to know. An amateur like us, when we're able to so routinely go,
I literally pointed out plays during the playoff game.
Terrible. And you think that Todd Bowles knew it?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And by the way, Todd Bowles, an aggressive defensive mind. You once again didn't have a plan for the blitz, just like you didn't for Wink Martindale twice last year, just like you didn't for Brian Flores or Bill Belichick last year. Like what? But no, it's all right. Everything's fine.
I'm not sure if Todd Bowles passes statistics for business unless we were in the same dorm. I'm just saying. I'm not casting any aspersions on Todd, but we both
you helped him out a little bit.
We helped at times. There were things. He by the way, brilliant guy.
I'm sure.
Better GPA than I had at least going into junior.
I don't know if that's saying much.
That's a whole nother idea. You should not be throwing rocks.
No. It's funny, you know how we write down our teases.
Yes.
I literally take a shot at myself at some point today about grades.
Well,
my grades were not good. But hey, radio, you don't have to be a genius, man. You play the hits.
Aspire, kids. Aspire.
What do we have on the text line there, Tommy?
All right, we got a couple good Eagles slogans for the 2024 season. John Kruk, real quick. Eagles slogan, all or nothing at all. All in or nothing at all, excuse me.
Okay, all in or nothing at all.
Okay.
And then we have no name here. What's my slogan for the 2024 Eagles season? Long pause. That's a good question. I'm not sure I knew the answer to that.
Oh.
Little shot at Nick Jalen Hurts there.
I like that one.
That's a good one. Wow.
And sorry, real quick. Also on Castellanos, anybody who's rooting against them isn't really a fan. His success
I would agree
helps
with
his
you.
team.
And I'm not saying anybody's rooting against him. I'm just saying there are people that will be hesitant to give him credit today.
No, I think there are people who would rather not see him have the last 2 nights to show that they were right.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Where I would rather be wrong all the time if it benefits my team.
Absolutely.
Haley says, run it back right. They ran right quite often last year.
Yeah, Hurts
It was
did.
part of a very. In fact, every time Jalen Hurts ran the ball, he ran right.
He sure did.
So that was a little predictable. Haley came up with the idea.
Yeah, it was great. It was a great idea.
I don't want Haley's T-shirt though.
All right, so we continue this conversation in the 7 o'clock hour. We'll reset everything. Give Nick Castellanos some love today. That's all I'm asking. You could call in. You could text in. The number is the same. It's 610-632-0975. We reset the entire show. This Phillies team, as John pointed out, is 1 win away from 50. It is June 19th. Unbelievable. It's Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Wednesday morning, Philadelphia. Adam Schefter will be joining us coming up at 8 o'clock. Can't wait to talk to Shefty about a lot of stuff regarding the Philadelphia Eagles, one of it being the Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni discourse or lack thereof, and whether or not there's something there.
And if he dares to say to you, move on, we're having words.
Well,
we're having words because it is the number one topic of discussion around the Eagles right now.
No, it is
number one.
And look, it is current. It is not from last year. This is a current.
We're not litigating
discussion.
Last year's playoff.
Nope.
game.
So we'll talk to Shefty about that coming up at 8 o'clock. Is there more to this story than what we know, or that we think, or is this a nothing burger, as people like to say, right? And I know the best show ever believes, it's all good. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm. Whistle. They honestly, they are the Leslie Nielsen. Nothing to see here.
Yeah.
There's just a giant fire behind. Nothing to see here. Everything's great.
That's pretty much how they're acting.
Looking good.
And as I've pointed out multiple times, because they keep on pointing out the whole June thing, I'd rather this be discussed and figured out in June as opposed to September. And if they start 1-1 and there's already issues, will it get worse?
I got to tell you,
maybe they take care of it now.
I wish they would just all start acting like grown-ups. And this stuff should, first of all, never be public. Should, second of all, these little feuds that go on like that should not be something where behind a microphone that's what's going on.
No.
I mean, is Jalen Hurts has got to handle himself better. Bottom line.
That's
professionalism.
it. I don't think we're asking all that much. You could text in, you could call in 610-632-0975. Here's what we got on the table today. Can you give Nick Castellanos some love? Plain and simple. I want people to call in or text in and give Nick Castellanos a verbal pat on the back because he deserves it after last night's win. He deserves it after the last two games. Am I making a case that Nick Castellanos is back and he's the guy that you signed? No. I'm not making that case, but I know how people get in this city. I've probably been guilty of it too.
Yep.
But giving credit when credit is due is something that we should all be big enough and able to do. And he deserves it after last night, John.
We all fail at it at some point. Everybody. So this is something where you should do this. And again, as it was pointed out by the texter, when if you're not rooting for success, or if you're not doing that, you're not really a fan. You just want to be right.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to.
There's nothing better than being wrong as a fan when it benefits your team.
It bothered me when I saw a tweet last night after the Phillies won.
Okay.
I saw a tweet last night, and the guy said, well, the best thing about this Castellanos moment is that it may have upped his trade value. And
it's absurd.
That's a ridiculous thing to think of. A guy hits a game-winning double.
And 4 for 5.
And is 4 for 5.
How many 4 for 5 games does anybody have?
And two hits the other night, too.
Yeah,
two nights
and your first thought is trade value and not, wow, this is good. Hopefully he heats up, because if he heats up, this lineup is even more dangerous than it already is. That should be your first thought. It shouldn't be, wow, man, what kind of trade value? He's not going anywhere, by the way. We've talked about this. His contract is borderline immovable.
It is immovable.
I mean, unless you are giving up Castellanos and Andrew Painter for
right. It's absolutely
a AAA lifer, right? But I don't think he's going anywhere. He shouldn't go anywhere. He's a part of this core, and if he plays well, it's going to go a long way for this team. So can you give Nick Castellanos some love? Rob Thompson, after the game yesterday, was talking about Nick Castellanos and when he is at his best.
Yeah, he uses the field, and he stays balanced. He sees the ball, and he uses right center to left center, right field line, because that's who he is. That's how he's had all the success he's had over the years. And when he's doing that, I feel really good about him.
Yeah, I mean, when you can hit to all fields, that's a good sign. That's like Alec Boehm. That's JT Realmuto. That's Bryce Harper.
But Bryson Stott last night when they needed it most.
Yeah, we can't let that get forgotten.
That was a nice piece of hitting and really, really impressive.
And timely. It tied the game.
And there were so many times they wasted so many base runners last night and so many opportunities to score, and they pointed out in the broadcast. I mean, there were 2 consecutive at-bats where they got Garrett Stubbs out and did not throw a strike. The pitcher did not throw a strike and got Stubbs out.
Real quick on the Castellanos thing.
Okay.
Because what Rob Thompson just said. It's so frustrating. And look, I don't want to take anything away from last night. Last night was awesome. What, 6 hits the last 2 nights? That's a good sign.
6 for his last 9.
Yeah.
With 4 doubles.
It's so frustrating because everybody knows when Castellanos is at his best. It's when he starts pulling is when he's at his worst.
Yeah.
Hitting the ball to all fields, like Thompson said. I know that. You know that. John, like everybody out there knows that. Why does he go in in these deep slumps where he's just pulling the ball like crazy? He's 30-something years old. How does he not know how to get out of this slump? That's what's frustrating about it.
We haven't talked about this, the two of us. Andrew and I have heard that ad nauseum. You know why, Tom? Because he doesn't do the same work, the quality of work. He works hard on what he thinks he needs to do. He doesn't.
Yeah, you're not saying he just shows up to the ballpark and goes home.
No, he does. He's there early, stays late, but he doesn't work smart.
Well, like, is Kevin Long not in his ear? Is Thompson not in his ear?
He says he doesn't do it. He says, I go up without a plan.
Well, it's just a mindset, though. Like, if you're 0 for your last 8, can't Thompson or Kevin Long go up? Like, listen, man, let's just.
Maybe, dude, I saw the entire NLCS.
Yeah.
His helmet fell off more times than he made contact with the baseball.
Bryce can't go up. Bryce, like, yo, man, this is my team. Like, do this a little bit different here.
I think you could. Well, the idea is,
and it's not a shot at Bryce. Like, he's not a good leader or anything. I'm just saying. Like,
the idea of scoffing at normal preparation, what is now considered normal preparation in Major League Baseball, doing the video work, doing those kind of things. The idea is, I go up without a plan.
Well, look, it got him $100 million.
That annoys the hell out of me.
John, it got him a $100 million contract.
I've tried making that point.
You know what I mean?
Well,
he's had a tremendous career.
Can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Up until getting here to Philadelphia.
Okay, so when you get here and it's not working, then you got to say, my plan is not working. Try what is conventional. Let's try something. Don't dare get quoted as, I go up there without a plan. That's mind-numbingly dumb. That really is dumb. I go up without a plan.
It's worked for him for 10 years.
It has not worked here. And he is here now. And you know what? At some point, you make adjustments.
It worked. He had a good year last year. I know he had a rough second half.
He's had a bad
29 home runs and 106 ribbies last year. Like, he had a good year last year.
And from this calendar date last year to this year, it has not been good. A calendar year. He had a blip on the radar. His second half was atrocious. His NLCS, his
NLCS was horrible. His NLDS was incredible.
Amazing. But he's not been good for a year, Andrew.
I don't think he looks at it like he hasn't been good for a calendar year.
Yeah,
I think he probably looks back like, I finished poorly, but last year was a very good year.
He hit 293 in August last year with 8 home runs. Like, he had a great month of August.
Give me July. Give me September.
July was terrible. He hit 162, but that's going to happen. September, he hit 240 with 7 home runs. So he was still providing pop.
He was still providing the pop.
He had 5 doubles. Like, it's just the batting average dip, but I don't think it's as bad as what you've made it out to be. Like, 293, that's a pretty good month with 8 home runs in the month of August.
Not a bad month.
It's not a bad month.
Not a bad month.
He's had a horrible start to the season. I'm not arguing that point at all. He's had a horrible start to the season. Hopefully he turns it around. All I want to do today is give a guy some credit when credit's due.
And he deserves it.
The other thing
going forward deserves some days off.
Probably. We'll see. The other thing that we're talking about today, Haley came up with this idea. What should the Eagles' 2024 slogan be? You and I had similar ones.
Yes.
Similar ones. Mine was move forward. Yours was never again.
Never again.
And I like both of them because we all know what happened last year, and it shouldn't have happened last year. Now, you said you have a buddy you were sending a good one.
Now, my buddy John Maley checking in, travels with us many times with Philly Sports Trips. Stinks from the head. That's his. I said, I don't think that's selling many shirts.
No.
He says, I'm usually a very much glass half full guy because you can't be half empty. He's smart. But he says this year he's far from it. He is not.
So he's going in.
He is not confident. He is not confident. And we're talking about a huge Birds fan.
I remember one of our first shows together. We asked, did last year hurt you so much mentally going into this season? And I guess John is one of those people.
Yeah, John's gotten hurt by it.
Where last year messed him up so much that he's not going to believe anything until
he sees it.
Even if they're 10-1, he might go, well, they were 10-1 last year.
I think you could be 10-1 this year though, and you could be boat racing people.
Oh, absolutely.
And playing much better than you did last year. You know what I mean?
But you know that's still going to be in the back of some people's minds, like John Maley's apparently.
Right.
All right, let's get more of these. You can call in, text in 610-632-0975. Let's go to Mike in the Lehigh Valley. Michael, good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
What's up, Mike?
Hi, buddy.
I just wanted to talk about the whole Castellanos thing. I agree he should get some praise for his recent play and for what he's done here other than in the NLCS. And I just wanted to ask you guys, have we ever seen a player who's more clutch in traumatic situations? Like yesterday, Willie Mays passing.
I mean, it's become like a running joke at this point, where anytime something happens, Nick Castellanos ends up doing something. It is wild. I know exactly what you're talking about, Mike.
Yeah, that was just what I wanted to say.
Okay,
there you go, buddy.
Thanks for pointing that out. It's crazy.
Nick Castellanos would have had a 3-run game-winning homer that night that they got Bin Laden.
Yeah, probably.
Like that would have been his night if he wasn't such a young kid.
It's unbelievable. It's not even a bit anymore. It's like
he's talked about it too, which is so funny. It's gotten to the point where they've asked him questions about it.
Like, it's weird. Anytime something tragic happens, Nick Castellanos has a good day.
You see all the home run parlays on Twitter.
It's the weirdest thing. Like, I literally saw a tweet yesterday. I don't know who tweeted it out, but Frank Thomas put out, R.I.P. Willie Mays, and the tweet above it was Nick Castellanos walks it off with a double.
That's amazing.
And it's like, oh my God, this is.
I think too,
crazy.
Though, with the with Nick. Hopefully it's going to be a good run here.
Yeah, absolutely. I looked up. We do this with June Schwarber all the time. I looked up his month-to-month numbers. Oh, let me pull these back up.
Castellanos, you're saying?
Yeah, for Nick. Yeah, but we do it with Schwarber all the time, like June Schwarber. Castellanos in his career. Again, this is a long time coming. June is supposed to be his best month as well. His best numbers statistically
June should be his best.
Is June. Home run wise, it's not even close. It's the month of August. Goes back to what he did last year. The month of August in his career, he's hit 54 home runs. You know how we're saying Schwarber has hit 60 in the month of June? 54 for
that's a good number.
Castellanos in the month of August. The next closest is September and October with 38.
Now, the one thing with July and August home runs, it's baseball's biggest home run month.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I mean, still, because and the heat does affect things. But guys who can perform in that, when you can perform in like last night was a soupy night at the ballpark.
Oh yeah,
look at everything. It looked terrible. And guys who can perform in that and put that aside, I am not one of them. I hate oppressive heat.
You'd rather play in the comfortable weather.
Oh, oppressive heat would just drive me. I love cold. I love cooler weather better than hot.
Kyle Schwarber would hit well in the Sahara Desert, man.
Yeah, he would.
He absolutely loves it.
Today's going to be even hotter, and who would you most want on the mound in any temperature? It's Ranger Suarez,
today, right?
Like,
man. You're
cool,
Mr. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool customer.
Yeah, absolutely. Right? All right, what do we got on the text line? I'll get back to the phones, but what do we got back on the text line there, Tommy?
Yeah, we got one more when it comes to the slogan. This from Blaine in Kentucky. He gave a serious one, but I like the funny one more. I have a funny one for you also. What about nobody likes him, but we don't care? And the shirt is a picture of Sirianni.
Oh, my gosh. I love that one.
A little rude, but it's funny. I think it's good.
I actually really sort of like that one. Someone will steal that and make that shirt.
Probably. Nobody likes him. We don't care. I do think people do care, though, that he's not
Yeah, well,
liked.
it's the biggest lie ever told in Philly sports.
Yeah,
with no disrespect meant to Delco resident Jason Kelsey.
Jason Kelsey, right. What else do we have, Tom?
We got Jay in Westchester says, I just need Andrew to keep complaining. I notice whenever you guys bring up an issue with the Phillies, they turn it around and immediately address it. I was thinking of the show last night when Stott and Casty came through.
Yeah, those were the two guys that we talked about the most yesterday.
Now Stott still needs a long way to go. That was a great hit last night, big night. He did not have a really great night otherwise. That was a great night and a great opportunity. Yeah. He's not busting out of it.
He was 2 for 4 yesterday.
He's not busting out of it yet. Stott
2 for 4. He had walked as well, so he was on base 3 times. Who
can we bolster today? Who can we bolster up today? There's got to be something.
Harper hasn't hit a homer in a while.
All right.
Yeah, that
Bryce Harper, you stink. Quote that one. All right, let's go to T-Love. What up, T-Love? How you doing today?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, give me a second to run my thoughts while it's still hot in my mind.
Okay.
I did go to the game last night. I'm a Phillies fan, so I cheered Nick I cheered Stubbs, Stock, I cheered Stubbs, I cheered Pache because I'm a Phillies fan.
Yes,
it was Hack. Okay, now I want to jump. All right, I'm listening to you guys, and I hear the hypocritical stuff again. You guys bash Nick. We all know about what happened last year, and as far as the organization's concerned, it was their fault. So I don't want to hear anything about what they're dissatisfied or whatever with the way our quarterback did or didn't say anything. Your mom tells you if you got nothing good to say, don't say anything at all. And we've heard this kind of speech before from people like Andy Reid, who's so beloved. Okay, so get it.
Whoa. You can't speak in vagaries like that. Give me the no, T-Love. No, T-Love. You got to give an example. You cannot just say, we heard this from Andy Reid. When has Andy Reid done that?
Well, Andy Reid never said anything during a conference. But let me get on.
No. Andy Reid would have said that. T-Love. Wait. Whoa, T-Love, stop. No. Andy Reid would have absolutely had the back of his players. He was a guy who had the back of his players ad nauseum. Mm-hmm. He was a guy who would make excuses for players at any time when they were struggling. So that's completely false. Your statement is completely false.
The guy didn't say anything. He didn't say anything.
No, and he could have. And Andy Reid, when his players were under attack, was a guy who sometimes would say the most nonsensical things to have their back.
That's why he would say things like,
so
don't worry about it, enjoy the win, man.
Correct.
Let me go to my next topic, please. All right, Andy Reid was the greatest Eagle of all time. All right, let me go to my next topic. All right, as far as the Eagles go, I want to borrow a slogan from the old 76ers, the 80s, the 76ers. We owe you one, but I just want to say we owe you. And then when they win the championship, you know what I mean, and stand next to the trophy, they can put up a poster that says "Cash this."
All right, I like that. I like Cash this.
I like that.
Thanks for the call, T-Love. Now, I find it interesting. He said we're being hypocritical because yesterday we bashed Castellanos and today we're celebrating Castellanos.
What is
That's literally the point of the show today. I don't understand what's being hypocritical when I literally said today, Nick Castellanos has deserved every bit of criticism that he has gotten this season.
That's the opposite of hypocrisy.
Today, he deserves his flowers.
If we came in today and we bashed him, that would be
If we came in here today and said, 4 for 5 last night, well, I'm expecting 0 for 5 today. That would be a horrible thing to say. What do you mean that being hypocritical?
And more importantly, when T-Love starts with it, well, Andy Reid did this stuff. No. Andy Reid would have the most nonsensical defenses of players that maybe I've ever heard. He would say dumb stuff. You knew a player deserved to be ripped. He always
had probably did behind closed doors.
And that's it. He always had his players back, though. Always.
Want to credit Tristan Homan here, Johnny.
Oh, Tristan's a very smart guy.
Did you see the tweet he just sent us?
No, I have not.
Turns out Castellanos did hit a home run the night America took down Bin Laden.
Oh.
It was his first career minor league home run with the West Michigan Whitecaps.
Yes.
The same night Al-Qaeda terrorist leader and FBI most fugitive Osama Bin Laden was
my
killed.
That's incredible.
Okay, Tristan, I had no idea.
There's something up with Nick Castellanos,
I literally had no idea. He may be CIA.
Dude, we always talk about,
Nick may be in the CIA.
Look, we always talk about higher power, right? There's something in the world.
Okay,
for Nick Castellanos to have nights like last night when there was a tragic passing. Look, Willie Mays was 93 years old, lived an incredible life.
Yeah, 93-year-old's not a tragic.
But it was a sad day for the sport of baseball.
Day for the sport.
And he goes off and has a 4 for 5 night when he's been struggling pretty much all season. It's unbelievable.
I'll tell you this is at an All-Star game, guess 2000 All-Star game it might have been. Willie Mays, just the stories that I would hear from my father.
Oh, yeah.
That to then meet Willie Mays.
That must have been awesome.
Was like, yeah, and there were 7 people meeting Willie Mays, at the time.
Right.
And it was one of those things where, oh my gosh, like Henry Aaron got to know, Henry Aaron a little bit. And just when I would hear stories about Willie Mays, my dad thought Ted Williams was the greatest baseball player, but he always talked about Willie Mays.
Yeah.
Just being ridiculous. I mean, the guy was ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a sad day yesterday for the sport of baseball.
We lost 2 logo-type players in a week.
With Jerry West. Yeah. So, and that's something we're going to get into coming up at 7:47. I'm telling you right now, 7:47. We're going to get into that. But coming up next, ESPN Plus. Don't worry, I got you guys. There was an ESPN Plus article yesterday that came out. Seth Walder, who covers the NFL for ESPN, graded everybody's offseason from the start of the offseason period to today. The Eagles got a better grade than I ever got in college, which isn't really that much. But
hold up your Klein College
I got my
water
Klein
bottle.
College water bottle today. But I'm going to tell you what they got coming up next. He explains why, and it should excite you for another fun, hopefully not as stressful season of Eagles football. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
6:30 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. In this segment, I'm going to tell you that the Eagles were graded an A for their offseason leading up to the 2024 season, and the only team in the entire NFL to get that kind of a grade from ESPN. We'll be speaking with Adam Schefter coming up at 8 o'clock, so we'll talk to Schefter about this as well. Amazing offseason for the Birds, according to the people at ESPN.
I love it, and I want to hear the rationale.
Yep.
Especially that they're the only team. That's even better.
Now, before I do that,
okay,
I have a question for you.
What's that?
People, I saw it on Twitter again during the break.
What's wrong?
Weird move for the Celtics to fly down to Miami after winning the championship.
Yes.
Right? Weird move.
No, it's not a. It's absurd.
Like, I don't know. I think we would be annoyed if a Phillies team.
Your city is Boston.
Could you imagine this dancing on my own thing, and they went and partied in Miami instead of Xfinity Live, where they have been going?
No, I think it really. First of all, a Philadelphia team would never do this.
No.
Now, I saw some of the comments on this that they were looking for. They were looking for good-looking women. So that's why they took the trip down.
There's no good-looking women in the Boston area?
Didn't. It was just the first comment that popped up. And I'm like, look, we would kill a Philadelphia team if they did.
We'd be like, oh, well, you don't want to party with us?
No, we'd kill them.
And I think it delayed because now their parade isn't happening until Friday.
Yeah, it's Friday because they wanted to go to Miami.
Because they wanted to go. Like, that was weird. Like, when I first saw that, because it was the message in the whiteboard. On the whiteboard in the locker room that they had a 1 p.m. flight, I think, yesterday.
They prearranged it. They prearranged it, too. Like, to have this thing before they played Game 5.
Which they probably knew that they were going to win the series. And I don't blame them for having that thought.
You mean the same way that the Florida Panthers thought it last night?
I know. You're not wrong. I can't believe.
That's arrogant as hell. I'll tell you, as a coach, I'd be going nuts.
Yeah.
I'd be like, you're nuts. What are you doing, you idiots?
If the Phillies won the World Series at Citizens Bank Park, by the way, they won it at the Boston Garden.
Right.
And then left, like, I think we would all feel a certain type of way.
No, I think we would. This city would crush them.
They have every right to go to Miami after their parade. I mean, they have every right to go to Miami now. It's just, I think it's a weird move.
Why wouldn't you have an outing the night of the parade? You get onto a jet.
Right, exactly.
And you go
something
down.
Like that.
Right.
The night of the parade, you get on a jet and you go. I do appreciate, though, the Friday parade.
Oh, yeah. Because
I think that thinks of work people better.
Absolutely.
More people being able to get out and everything. Because asking someone to take off a Thursday is a lot more disruptive than asking people to take off.
Absolutely. So good for them for doing that. But I find it so weird that they decided to fly down to Miami.
Strange.
I think we would lose our minds if that happened here.
We'd be crushing them.
All right. So ESPN graded every team's offseason. The Philadelphia Eagles were the only team that received an A. There were 4 teams that got an A-, but everything else was beneath the Eagles. The Dallas Cowboys, by the way, got a D+. You might as well have just given them an F. Their
they got the D+. At least they got the plus.
Their offseason's been terrible. I don't know how the Dallas Cowboys went about this offseason with what seemed like absolutely zero plan whatsoever. But here was what they said about the Philadelphia Eagles offseason. I want to see if you guys agree with everything and if it excites you. Because there was something where I go, all right, we'll see about that. So the Eagles get an A. Eagles 2023 season ended with a whimper and future Hall of Famer center Jason Kelce retired, but their 2024 offseason set them up to be Super Bowl contenders once again. That's a pretty big first sentence. The fact that they're right away saying Super Bowl contenders right away. The team turned its offense and defense over to coordinators Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio, respectively, who both appeared to be upgrades. I think we all agree there.
Appear to be?
I think we all agree there.
Come on. Appear to be upgrades?
Well, I don't know. A lot of people in this building think Brian Johnson's
Andy Reid. That is the truth.
We continue. That's critical because the roster is still really good, which I believe is true. Philadelphia engineered a pass rusher swap of sorts with the Jets, signing Huff in free agency, then dealing Reddick back to New York. And by the way, if you guys aren't paying attention to the New York Jets saga, you and I talked about this before the show.
Right.
They feel like they were lied to, which they were.
No, they were lied to.
He literally said in his press conference.
He said it at the press conference. He said it to supposedly the team management to coaches behind the scenes. I'll be there for all the workouts and everything like that. And I'm okay with playing without an extension.
Yep.
And now he's reneging on it.
Exactly. It's amazing. So they continue. They say Philadelphia came out ahead, even though Reddick is a more proven pass rusher. Huff's metrics, he ranked 8th in pass rush win rate edge in 2023, one spot behind Reddick, suggests he's a similar player and 4 years younger. The Eagles also got a conditional third-round pick, which could become a second. This is where I started going, okay, we'll see. Towson defensive end Josh Sweat, defensive tackle Jalen Carter, and this team will be able to get after the quarterback. I don't know if Josh Sweat's a guy that I'm going to rely on getting after the quarterback.
I can't rely on him.
No.
Because I know he disappears for a 7 or 8 game stretch every single season.
Yeah.
Where he's not heard from.
So I'm not going to go that far, but they think highly of Josh Sweat. I do.
Okay.
I agree with the Jalen Carter part.
No,
I'm
the
expecting a
Jalen
nice
Carter
jump.
part I do believe.
The secondary was a weakness, but they threw resources at it, drafting cornerbacks Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean and bringing back safeties Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. And they still have corners Darius Lane, James Bradbury, who could easily bounce back. We'll see about that. I wouldn't have paid Barkley real money like they did, $26 million fully guaranteed, but he should be an upgraded running back, adding to the team's plethora of skill position riches, along with A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and tight end Dallas Goedert.
Okay.
I liked it.
I like it.
I'm not going to really go all in on the Josh Sweat bandwagon, but
I'm not. I'm not. As far as Josh Sweat, I think we know who he is.
Yeah, I think he was very good 2 years ago because he played on an all-time defensive front. He did.
Yes.
I think Javon Hargrave, Fletcher Cox, Jordan Davis, Brandon Graham,
and he still had
Hassan Reddick made his life easier.
And he still had a 7 in 22. I think a 7-game drought.
Yeah.
He goes for a giant. He goes missing for 2 months at a time.
And the scary thing
every
is,
season.
You brought in Bryce Huff, I believe, with the idea to be your top pass rusher. And I don't know how excited I am about that just yet.
If gut instinct for both of you. If I said Bryce Huff right now, over 9.5 sacks.
Over.
Tommy?
I'm not going to the 20 range, but I'll go over 9.5.
Over 9.5.
I'll go 9.
I'm
right
around the
under.
That's and I set the number right there because my initial thought in my head is 9. How about this? I'm not sure I go anybody over 9.5.
No double-digit sacks on the D-line next year? Jalen Carter, I was going to say.
Jalen Carter's not getting 9
as a defensive tackle. Yeah.
What would you look for? If I gave you Jalen Carter right now over 6.5.
What do you have?
My first thought was 6.
If I gave you over exactly.
My first thought was 6.
I think
that's a good number.
And Tom, I don't think it's terrible. Like as far as if you were able to get,
You don't have to have the all-time sack record like the Eagles did a few years ago.
Right.
In
Jalen
Eagles
Carter
franchise
had
history.
6 sacks last year as a rookie.
That's why I said over 6.
Up.
That's why I said over 6.5. But that's why I set the number there. There's going to be a jump from him.
Yeah,
that's
so
going to be.
We'll
big.
see. I mean,
Sure.
but I like reading this and people on the outside. That's why I like to read this kind of stuff. It's not the three of us,
right?
Eagles fans, right? Even though we try to be critical and we try not to have the Eagles color glasses on all the time, it's nice reading positive things about the Eagles from a national perspective. And they were the only team that got an A during this offseason period.
It's hard to argue with it, and the weird thing is he doesn't even like the Saquon contract.
He didn't. Yeah. But it's an embarrassment of riches with what they already have.
I personally am not about paying a running back either, but I'm excited. But as I said at the time, don't like doing that.
But you weren't turning it down.
But I'm very excited to root for Saquon Barkley.
Right.
But I would never have done it. So I am on the record with that. And Saquon could go and have 15 touchdowns this year, and I'll be thrilled. And I'm excited to see him play. I would never have done that contract.
Right. All right, let's go to Mike and Delran. Michael, good morning.
Oh, what's up, guys?
What's up, Mike?
Hey, 2 things real quick. I remember back in 2016 when we won the CYO sixth grade basketball championship in Cinnaminson. We left Cinnaminson and we went to Applebee's in Cherry Hill.
Oh, you did. You left the town. Yeah,
it's the same type of thing.
The same thing.
When was the parade, though? Did it delay the parade?
I don't know, Sunday morning before church.
Nice.
Anyways, listen, I'm not surprised. Like, the only complaint we've had all season is if Jalen Hurts likes Nick Sirianni. Like, our coordinators were dreck last season.
Terrible.
Our corner and safety play, dreck. last season. I can't remember the last time we went into a draft and the Eagles addressed every single position that the majority of the people thought were terrible. So that A grade doesn't surprise me. I can't wait for football to start.
Mike, when you say that about the coordinators last year, are you picking a side in the war of the roses here between the morning show and afternoons?
Why? What's the war? What's the difference?
They're very upset.
They're attacking us.
They're attacking us. They declared war.
They still believe Brian Johnson was
a scapegoat. Brian Johnson was
fired.
a scapegoat. And
that's nonsense outside.
Yeah.
So you're on the front lines because if you're on the front lines, I just want to know this. So if Ricky's coming at me, I know I have Mike from Delran between us.
Yeah, you could take on all of them by yourself, Mike.
I don't take football advice from a Tampa Bay baseball player, Tampa Bay fan. Go Birds!
You're the man, Mike. We appreciate the call.
Okay. If Mike from Delran's there, I feel a little bit better.
Did you see the picture he posted, by the way, the other day?
Looking sharp?
No. Of who looks just like him, but it wasn't him.
Who?
Oh, dude, I got to show you during the break. Somebody that he was at a casino or something. There's a guy that looked. I thought it was him.
You mean like your doppelganger?
Yeah, but no, this one's even closer.
Alec Halby?
Yeah, well, no.
No, Alec is. It's spooky, but this is even a better one. I have a better one.
John's going to tell. I'll have you tell the story next.
Yes.
It almost put me in a bad spot, Tom. Coming up next, I'm talking about Willie Mays and how I wanted to get into something and have a fun conversation. When you think of the sport of baseball, a lot of people might think of Willie Mays right away because he's that iconic. I'm going to throw out each sport at you, and what's the first name that comes to your mind? We'll do a quick little exercise on that coming up next. Adam Schefter joins us at 8 o'clock. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. on this Wednesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic. Adam Schefter will be joining us coming up at 8 o'clock. We always love our conversations with Shefty. Coming up, John's going to tell a story about how I almost got into some hot water with listeners.
On a Philly sports trip outing.
It's honestly amazing. I just showed you the photo of the Mike from Delran doppelganger. I literally thought it was him.
Okay, I may need to find this guy when I'm out in Vegas next week for the draft.
I just looked it up. The World Series of Poker is being held at the Horseshoe and Paris, Las Vegas.
Oh, well, Paris is right across the street. So I will be at I'm going to find the Mike from Delran doppelganger.
He's a pit boss, so
I can easily find him.
And oh, by the way, based off of this guy's size, it's not going to be hard.
It's not going to be hard to see.
It's not going to be hard to spot this
That's
guy.
wild.
It's unbelievable.
That is wild.
All right, so when you think of baseball, who are some of the iconic people that you first think of? I wanted to do this today in honor of Willie Mays, who passed away yesterday at the age of 93. All across baseball was beautiful. Some of the tributes that were being done. There were, I forget where, there was a minor league game that was wearing like Negro League uniforms.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
In honor of Hank. I don't know if it was they already planned it or when the passing of Willie Mays happened, they decided to do something. I don't know, but it was amazing to see all across baseball because he is an icon. So, John, when you think of baseball, the first person you think of is who?
Pete Rose.
It's a good answer.
And even though his legacy is one of controversy,
yes,
as a kid, late grade school when he arrived.
Yeah.
He was larger than life. He was a larger than life figure, and I don't think the Phillies win a World Series without him. And so to me, he's the guy that was this national star that chose to come to Philly.
That came here, yeah.
That chose to come here and help push this team over the top.
What was that like?
Wild.
Yeah, I imagine.
Because I remember,
Pete Rose.
I still remember the Sports Illustrated when he was going to be a free agent with all the baseball helmets or all the baseball caps of all the places that wanted to get Pete Rose.
Yeah.
And he chose to come here. And I can tell you just personally, though, as meeting a Willie Mays once, but getting to know a little bit Henry Aaron.
Yeah.
Is one of the greatest honors of my lifetime.
Absolutely.
In sports, because he was every bit the legend and icon too. So.
Right, of course. Tom, sport of baseball, first person you think of?
First person I think of, it's easy. It's a cliche answer, Babe Ruth. I mean, Babe Ruth is the first
think of
one.
Babe Ruth,
It's the
okay.
first one that comes to mind with me. I don't know if it's a little bit my era and our era, Andrew, with The Sandlot also being a big part of that as well.
Could be.
One of the favorite baseball movies of all time. So Babe Ruth is the first thing I think
love
of.
that we all have different answers.
And what's yours?
Ken Griffey Jr.
Okay, now
Literally the first person.
The weird thing is I expected both of you to have somebody from your lifetime. I did not expect Tom to have the oldest.
Ken Griffey Jr. is from my lifetime.
No. I thought it would be both of you would end up.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I did not expect Tom to have a guy older than mine. It shows you the history of baseball, how much.
How deep it goes, yeah.
Now, Tom, did that come from your dad?
Babe Ruth?
No, I mean like history stories, things like that.
My
Hearing
dad, grandfather, very into baseball as I was a kid.
Okay.
Yeah, made me love it the way that I do right now.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. But I like we all had three different answers. All right, the sport of football. The first name you think of. And this could be anything.
So it's the first. Am I thinking on a global thing?
Sure,
or am I
but Pete Rose is more than just Philadelphia.
He is.
Like Pete Rose is the hit king. That's a very good answer.
Okay, when I think of football, I think of Reggie White.
It's a tremendous answer.
Yeah, but the thing is, again, it had that tie to Philly, but also that larger than life guy.
Right. All right.
For the game.
Tom?
For some reason, when you said it, because I tried to do not think about it beforehand too much, Joe Montana was the first one that popped in my head.
That's a great one, though.
Yeah, it's good. I don't know why. I'll be honest. Barry Sanders.
Well, because
I don't know why.
You're the video game generation.
Yeah.
And if there was ever a player, and I'm not a gamer, but if there was ever a player that I think just epitomized what looked like a video game, what he did, it was Barry Sanders.
And I wonder if it could be recency. Like last week, it was when you were out.
Okay.
Last week, during one of the commercial breaks, there was a NFL put out just here are the top 25 jukes of all time, and Barry was on 6 of them.
I thought it was going to be 20 of them.
6 of them was Barry Sanders, and so maybe it's a recency thing. All right, hockey. I'm going to go completely cliche on this one.
Well, it should be. I believe it should be Wayne Gretzky.
Yes, me too. Me too. Okay, so that's like the one. Like,
his name is literally the great one.
Right, exactly. All right, and then basketball. Now,
no questions asked. I better say this one. No, I was going to say Shaquille O'Neal, but I'm not. I'm going to absolutely say Michael Jordan.
Well, I'm going to say Shaq's teammate,
Kobe Bryant.
Now, think about how I grew up.
No, that's great though. No, they're great. Basketball has so many right answers.
Yes, Tom.
First one that popped in my head, honestly, Allen Iverson.
It should. It's totally fair.
And that is
iconic, not just to Philadelphia, but to the game of basketball as well.
Absolutely iconic. And I think basketball is the sport that has the most right answers.
Right. It probably is because there's so much history in it, just like baseball. So here's what I want you to do on the text line. Text Tommy. Tell Tommy that you said hello, and give us an answer for all four. The first name you think of all four major sports. This, of course, in honor of Willie Mays, who passed away yesterday at the age of 93, an icon of the sport of baseball. I'm sure a lot of people would answer with Willie Mays as the first person they think of. You can text and you can call in 610-632-0975. Now, real quick, I just saw you tweet out the photo.
Now, the Mike from Delran doppelganger thing brought up a question is, we were on a Philly sports trip down to Washington, one of their greatest trips. I will be taking it this year, December 22nd. We're there, and I had a couple of people come up. That you and I traveled together on the trip.
Yes.
At the party, I had a group of people come by, and I said, so you enjoying yourself? I said, have you met Andrew yet? And they went, he was a jerk. And I went, what? They went, we yelled to him. He walked right by us and looked at us.
Sounds like the Andrew I know.
Yeah,
and then
exactly.
I went, and then I go to another table, and I shrugged it off, and I said, okay, Andrew didn't hear you. And I explained to them. I said, Andrew didn't hear you. There's no way he acted like that. I go to another table, and I said, yeah. I said, those people just. I said, did you meet Andrew yet? And they were like, no. He absolutely blew us off. And I went, what are you talking about? I said, seriously? I said, I am going to find Andrew Salciunas. He would never do that to a listener. And I'm wondering,
not even a person.
And I'm saying, dude, why is Andrew being a jerk today? And I was like, you were in a great mood in the bus. I'm like thinking, so I find you. Then I find the doppelganger.
Dude, it's weird.
Looks just like him.
That's why I just retweeted it. Like, even the cheekbones are the same.
It's unbelievable. Somewhere along the lines, there's a 23andMe done. You two are related.
And that guy, because people were saying Andrew to him.
And they were like, he wasn't answering.
His name's not Andrew. So
he's just looking to the side. But the people on the trip were ready to say, I met that Salciunas guy. He was
he's
a
an
jackass.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
You could lose listeners from that realistic.
It sucks.
That was and I literally, I'm walking around going, Andrew would never do that to
I need to find that guy. He's got to move.
There you go.
He's got to move. It's unbelievable. All right, coming up next, Adam Schefter joins us like he does every single Wednesday at 8 o'clock, followed by today's headlines with Tom Alvord. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sport.
Kincade and Salciunas on this Wednesday morning. Hope you have a nice, safe trip into work today. Every Wednesday, 8 o'clock. We love it. We get to speak with Adam Schefter, brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. And he, of course, joins us on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. The great Adam Schefter joins us. Shefty, good morning.
Andrew, John, what's going on this morning?
Good to hear from you.
I have been taking your advice since last week, Shefty, and it's to move forward. It's to move forward. Now, here's the problem, Shefty.
Good.
It still seems like some things are carrying over.
Well, it is.
Now, one of the things I want to ask you, because it has been the talk of the city. It has been the talk of the city all throughout this station, all throughout local news networks. It's been talked about ad nauseum to the point where Eagles fans are getting tired of it, but it's the NFL. It never sleeps. Jalen Hurts had an opportunity, an open-ended question to sort of talk on the behalf of Nick Sirianni. And he chuckled, he paused, lip-smacked a few times, couldn't really think of anything nice to say at all. And, of course, like we do, we talk about it a lot, maybe even blow it out of proportion. But I want to ask you, Shefty, is there anything to a potential disconnect between Nick Sirianni and his franchise quarterback, Jalen Hurts?
Well, I didn't hear the question that was asked, and I didn't hear the answer. And if you want to read into it that he didn't come out and support him, maybe there's something there. I'd have to hear the whole thing to give you an honest take on. I can't comment on something I didn't hear on either end of it. But again, is the relationship what everybody wants to be? It just keeps coming up. So there must be something there. There must be something there because this is a regular topic for whatever reason. But again, I guess I just would fall back to the simple idea that if they play good winning football, those issues aren't going to much matter. And if they don't, then they will become magnified if there are issues, in fact. So I don't have a specific thing. I haven't heard the comment when he didn't support
If you don't mind, we have it at the ready if you'd like to hear it. All right, Tom, go ahead. Play it for Shefty.
What have you noticed about, Nick being open-minded to change up the offense like he has? I mean, what does that say about him?
I mean, it's a great question. I don't know that I know the answer to it.
Well, what have you seen? What have you seen from him as far as doing that?
I think he's just, he's been great and, the messages he's delivering to the team. He's trying to be very intentional in what he's saying. And yeah.
So that's it, Shefty.
That's a terrible answer, Shefty.
I mean, he kind of pauses and stammers, but it also sounds a little bit like Jalen Hurts, right? Like he's very laid back in a lot of the answers he gives, right? Does Jalen Hurts ever sound like overly enthusiastic on anything?
No. I think the one big thing that I've pointed out after we've studied this answer like the Zapruder films is that even when he doesn't answer a question, he at least gives an answer, right? Like he says things that may not make sense to what the question actually was. But the fact that he didn't even have anything to say is what's led to the discourse for the last week and a half here.
Well, that's what happens. You get to mid to late June, and you get a non-answer to a question. And it's enough material to dissect and debate and speculate on for weeks to come until camp begins. I mean, really, that's where it is. Again, if it were in season and this were to come up, they'd be on game and you play the game and they'd win or lose and we'd be on to the next topic. But because that's not the case, we get to belabor something like this that I don't know the exact meaning of. Obviously, he doesn't come out and fully endorse him. There's not this warm-hearted message there, but I don't know how much of that is real, intentional, just the way Jalen is, the time of the year. You don't know what happened with his life that morning. Maybe, who knows? There's so much that can go into it that, I don't know. To me, again, I would say onwards.
We were discussing earlier a review of the off seasons of all 32 NFL teams where the Eagles received the only A of any team. I got to ask you, from your
who's giving the grades? You guys?
No, this is the
Seth Walter, ESPN.
Seth Walter, ESPN. That it was the only team to get an A was the Eagles on their off season. So I ask you, how much do you believe in teams winning an offseason?
Not much. And it's like assigning draft grades. That's how much it means to me. It's not to be disrespectful, but it's like, the New England Patriots, in the year they drafted Tom Brady in the 6th round, probably didn't get high grades. You don't know who you hit on and who you didn't hit on in free agency in the draft. You have beliefs and you have ideas and you have thoughts, but until you actually see it unfold, it's tough. Now, look, on paper today, whatever that's worth, I don't mean to be the party pooper to the whole situation. The Eagles look like they got done basically everything they would have wanted to have gotten done in the offseason. I mean, they sure seemed like they were in command, in charge, ahead of the curve. Look at the wide receiver deals. It looks like they signed the right players. It looks like they drafted it. But I don't know. You go to camp, a guy gets hurt. Guy isn't as good. Again, I'll come back to this. If Jalen Hurts isn't playing well, I don't care that they got an A in the offseason. It's going to basically wash out with any of the good moves they did if he's not playing well. If the quarterback's not showing up and doing his thing, then I don't care how many other good players they signed or drafted. It's going to get washed out because the season will get washed out if the quarterback's not playing well.
We're speaking with Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline. Adam, what's the league's perspective on a guy like A.J. Brown? The reason why I ask that is because he doesn't get talked about like the Justin Jeffersons of the world and Jamar Chase, and I understand why. But I kind of looked at A.J. Brown's numbers through the first 2 years that he's been with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Historic.
He's on pace to blow away every Eagle franchise record in terms of receiving. Like, on pace. He's 2 years in, and he's already, I think, 5,000 yards away from Harold Carmichael, who was the all-time receiving leader in Philadelphia Eagles franchise history. How is he looked at league-wide? Because here, I think we're realizing we have maybe another modern-day T.O.
Well, first and foremost, he should be blowing away those numbers because the game that's played today is way different than it was when Harold Carmichael.
Absolutely.
It's set up for wide receivers to get gargantuan numbers, and A.J. Brown, despite that, is still one of the best wide receivers in the league. And if we made a list of the top wideouts in the league, how many more would you actually say you unequivocally would prefer to A.J. Brown right now? Like, who would be on that list?
It couldn't be a handful. I guarantee you wouldn't get past a handful.
I agree. Again, off the top of my head, Justin Jefferson, Tyreek Hill, Jamar Chase, maybe.
It's a great setup. Yeah, I mean it's a great setup. The Eagles are absolutely loaded there. Do you put?
But hold on.
Yeah, go on.
When you talk about the questions around the league, well, all we have to do is look at what happened in Tennessee. His trade basically changed the organization. The GM that traded him, John Robinson, isn't there.
Yeah.
The head coach who won isn't there. And if they had gotten that long-term deal done with A.J. Brown, what would Tennessee look like today? Would John Robinson still be there? Would Mike Vrabel still? I would venture to say they very well might be. But it came apart once they traded him that night to Philadelphia.
Do you believe the 49ers have, like the Eagles have managed to close the gap with the 49ers in the NFC a bit? Because last year, that victory was so decisive by San Francisco in their building. And a lot of people are saying San Francisco's had an awful offseason and that there's turmoil and everything. You usually can read the tea leaves pretty well.
I don't know that they're looking to close the gap on San Francisco. I think that they're looking to build the best team possible, and then you see where it goes. I think that clearly they remember what happened that day in Philadelphia when San Francisco demolished them. There's no doubt about that, but I don't think they're making moves to say, okay, well, we got to go draft Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean to keep up with the 49ers wide receivers, and we have to get Saquon Barkley to control the ball and control the clock so that Christian McCaffrey is not. I don't think they're thinking like that at all. I think they're going and setting out to build the best team they can. And if they're doing that, then their chances of beating the 49ers go up. Then the ground between the two teams, the gap closes. So I don't think they're looking at that and measuring themselves against the 49ers directly. I just think they're trying to make sure that they are as well positioned as they can be, which is what they've done this offseason with all the moves they've made.
Speaking of the 49ers, what's the latest you're hearing on Brandon Ayuk?
You know, he came out and told Jaiden Daniels that they don't want me anymore. And I think he's confusing the situation. They absolutely do want him. I mean, I've spoken to any number of 49ers people throughout the course of the offseason, and I've never heard anybody say, we want to move on from this guy. In fact, the message has been just the opposite. What Brandon Ayuk is saying is that they don't want me in here. They don't want me here anymore under the contracts that are being given out to other wide receivers. And again, you can refer to the Eagles getting both their wide receivers locked up the week of and the night of the NFL draft. The Eagles don't have to worry about that. They didn't have to basically react to the market. They set the market. And so Brandon Ayuk is not getting the offer he wanted. The 49ers have made him multiple offers, but not at the level that he views himself. So he's got a year left on his deal. So he could say whatever he wants. He often offers up some cryptic messages. And in this particular case, he's saying they don't want. That's flat wrong. They do want him there, but they don't want him at the price that he wants. That's really what's going on there right now. And it doesn't sound like there have been any recent talks. And so right now, again, I'm sure they'll try to get this done again. But if they can't, he would head into the last year of his contract, and he would have the ability to become a free agent after this year and get however many $30+ million he wants, if that's what he wants.
Are we seeing now why the Eagles traded Hassan Reddick, as there seems to be turmoil with him and the Jets?
We didn't need to see this. We knew this was the case. I mean,
but he supposedly told the Jets he would be there for all activities. He would not have a problem playing without a contract extension, and now he seems to have one.
Yeah, well, that's where it's at right now. They knew. I mean, everybody knew he wanted a deal, and apparently it seemed like he was okay with not getting one initially. But, again, you see all the money going around to some of these players at that position. You see the prices, and you say, you know what, I want mine. Where you get traded and you think about it, you process it, and you say, I want to get my money. I understand that. But that was always going to be the case. He could say, I'm okay right now, but he was going to have to get paid. You knew you were trading for a player who wanted to get paid, period. He might have been okay with it for a few weeks or a few months, but inevitably there was going to be a situation where he wanted to get paid. And it came a little bit sooner. And I think people realized to the point where he didn't show up for the offseason program, and that's where the Jets are at. Now, we'll see what happens when the season begins. My guess is he'll play. What choice are you going to be? Going to sit out and have your contract toll and not get closer to free agency? But, it's never great to have a player who's not happy and you don't know what you're getting. And, again, I come back to this situation with any player who's in the last year of his deal, who didn't get what he wanted, who's weeks away from becoming a free agent. It's week 10, it's week 11, it's week 14, whatever it is, and the team's fighting for a playoff spot, your team needs to win. And your hamstring's sore, or your knee's creaky, or your shoulder's throbbing, you think that guy is going to play through he might, but there also are guys who are going to make, understandably, by the way, business decisions and say, you know what, I'm going to rest my knee another week, or 2, or 3, or whatever it is, because I've got bigger things on the horizon this offseason than trying to win this game Sunday against the Jacksonville Jaguars or whoever it is.
Shefty, last thing for you. We're doing a little bit of an exercise on the air today in honor of the life of Willie Mays, who passed away yesterday at the age of 93. I'm sure if I ask somebody, when you think of the sport of baseball, who's the first person you think of, and a lot of people would give the answer, Willie Mays. So we wanted to do it with all 4 sports, all 4 major sports. We all had different answers except for hockey. We all agreed that Wayne Gretzky's the first player you would think of. I want to ask you, when I say the sport of football, who's the first player that you think of? It's tough.
Well,
first one that pops in your mind.
Well, again, Because, again, is it a childhood question?
No,
you're not a child. You're an adult male.
My answer, Schefty, I didn't watch this. I didn't watch him play one down. Was Barry Sanders.
Yeah, when you first said it, it was kind of weird. Mean Joe Green.
How about
Wow, there you go. See? You're watching him with the Coke bottle with the jersey that he tosses to the kid.
I was just curious. It's the first thing that popped in your head, so that was good. Shefty, we appreciate it, man, as always. Thank you for
basketball would be Michael Jordan.
Okay.
Yep.
Hockey, I don't think, maybe it would be Wayne Gretzky. The first thing when you said that, I thought of Guy Lafleur.
Okay.
And baseball, I don't know why, but I think of Reggie Jackson.
There you go.
Great answer, Shefty. We appreciate it, man. Thanks as always.
Guys, have a great day. We'll talk next Wednesday.
There he is, Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline, brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. See? He can think on his feet, that Adam Schefter. He gave us all 4. I only put him to the test for football. He gave us all 4.
Well, he's a big fan of
overachiever.
Yeah, that sure is. That's why he's in the position that he's in. Speaking of overachievers, it's time now for today's headlines with Tom Alvord.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
It is Tom Alvord today. Connor back tomorrow. Tommy, good morning.
What's going on, boys? How we doing?
Good, buddy.
All right. So obviously, big Phillies win last night. The talk of the town is Nick Castellanos, but something happened earlier in that 9th inning that it made me smile. I'm not going to lie.
Okay.
Bryce Harper stepping up to the plate against Robert Suarez at Citizens Bank Park, and we all know the history. Bryce Harper talked about that moment a little bit post-game.
Yeah, big moment, obviously. So, whenever he's on the mound or anything like that, obviously, they feel like you're going to think about it or go back to that moment. But just trying to get something over the plate, get that rally going, get the inning going, and he's really good. So to be able to kind of jump on him early like we did, and a couple hits in a row right there, and you win a ball game, that was huge. Our bullpen kept us in it the whole time, and opportunity arose for Nick, and he came up big for us.
So I'm surprised, actually, that Harper admitted that he thought of it when he stepped up to the plate. Because Harper seems like the dude who's usually so locked in. Oh, I'm focused on the next thing, bigger things. I was a little bit surprised. It was pretty cool hearing Harper say that.
I think it's hard not to for him or for anybody that had that iconic of a moment. Like, it wasn't his 5th career home run. You know what I mean? Like, that was a moment that he will probably relive for the rest of his life.
Might be the greatest Phillies home run of all time.
I think it very well is.
And his greatest home run of all time.
I think it very well is.
Probably his greatest home run of all time.
Bedlam at the bank, and tip to the hat to Scott Fransky on that one.
Yeah, absolutely. So I do, but it is kind of cool to hear him say that he did think about it. But I'm sure part of it was, man, that was one of the biggest moments of my career. Until he wins a World Series, that might be number 1. Right?
Yeah.
Like, has there been a bigger moment for the career of Bryce Harper?
300 homers, 100th home run. He's had great moments. That 300th homer against the Angels was really cool.
One.
Yeah.
But they lost that game, though. That's what sucks.
Unbelievable.
I was there with Tom Alford.
Yes, we were.
See, there you go.
My dad made his baby cry.
Dude, Christy and I bought seats. We were the row behind Tom.
Are you serious?
This was not planned.
That's wild.
We were the row behind Tom.
Was it him or was it the doppelganger?
I don't know, actually. That's a good point.
It was me. Unless my doppelganger's with my wife and child, because that would be kind of weird.
It's happened on General Hospital. So do not discount it.
I missed that episode.
No, it's a whole storyline. Are you kidding me?
All right, last one here because we're running up against time a little bit. We talked about, obviously, the grades that the Philadelphia Eagles got this offseason, having the only A. And there's a reason I can't give them an A. And you guys mentioned a little bit with Adam Schefter, but here's something you guys mentioned when reading that little clip from ESPN.
Philadelphia engineered a pass rusher swap of sorts with the Jets, signing Huff in free agency, then dealing Reddick back to New York. And by the way, if you guys aren't paying attention to the New York Jets saga, you and I talked about this before the show.
Right.
They feel like they were lied to, which they were.
No, they were lied to.
He literally said in his press conference.
He said it at the press conference. He said it to supposedly to team management, to coaches behind the scenes. I'll be there for all the workouts and everything like that. And I'm okay with playing without an extension.
Yep.
And now he's reneging on it.
Exactly. It's amazing.
So my one thing with the Hassan Reddick thing, it's easy to say that the Eagles and Howie Roseman made a good move right now. It's mid-June. It's early in the season. Hassan's holding out. We're excited about the defense. All I'm saying is this team is built to win a Super Bowl right now offensively. I still can't get behind the idea of trading away your best defensive player, especially when you restructured Josh Sweat for a 1-year more guaranteed deal. That's what Kansas City did with Chris Jones last year. All I'm saying is it could be fast forward to week 6. Hassan Reddick he's signed a 1-year contract or whatever it is. He has 5 sacks in 6 weeks, and we have Nolan Smith and Josh Sweat. And
thing is, he has a contract. He has a contract that he won't honor.
Chris Jones had one last year. He held out the first year, and then you did a 1-year deal, more guaranteed money.
You don't honor the contract, but you say that you're going to.
I'll say this. I'll tell it to you then on the other side.
Okay.
I don't think if things aren't going well, Howie Roseman would sit on his hands. And I'm kind of already believing this. Very similar to our Dave Dombrowski conversation from yesterday.
That is correct.
So we'll get into that coming up next. We'll also react to more from what Adam Schefter had to say. Your calls, text, you can climb in at 610-632-0975. And I'm going to tell you about a very special guest that will be joining us later on the 9 o'clock hour. Coming your way next is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Up.
It is 8:31 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Thank you to Adam Schefter and our friends at Landis Block as Schefty joined us last segment. So we asked him straight up about the Hurts and Sirianni potential disconnect. He didn't really give an answer, but he said if it keeps getting brought up, there might be something there. So I wonder, as time goes on, if Schefty does more digging into this, or if we just wait and see how the season plays out. I mean, it looks like that might be part of it.
Yeah, but I think there's something there. I mean, Adam flat out says it. I mean, when it goes this far,
right?
When it goes this far, there's something, but it might mean nothing in the long run.
Right, in the long run, it might mean nothing, and they could win a Super Bowl. And we made that point perfectly abundantly clear a couple days ago.
Absolutely.
Even though the best show ever missed that, but you should listen to them coming up at 2:00.
Yes, just be better listeners than them.
Yes, that's all. Yes, that's all.
Listen to them and just be better listeners than them.
All right, Tommy, let us know if we have any texts. You can call in. You can text in 610-632-0975. Look, I want Nick Castellanos to get some love today.
He's going to get plenty of love today.
I hope that when he is announced at Citizens Bank Park today in the starting lineup, that there's a little bit louder of a cheer for when his name is mentioned by Dan Baker or when he steps up to the plate for the first time. I'm not asking for a standing ovation.
So you're not doing any ploy like that.
No, I just want the guy to get a little bit more love today because typically he just gets crushed all the time.
Now batting for the Phillies, right fielder Nick Castellanos.
And give him a nice round of applause.
And you give him a big round of applause. And the great Dan Baker, maybe just a little nod of the cap.
A little nod of the cap. Now, I found this interesting. Our man, Raider Frank, has checked in.
Okay.
So he actually responded to a tweet of mine last night. I put out a tweet yesterday after he got his third hit. So this is before the game winner.
Before the game winner.
After his third hit, I said, love seeing a 3-hit day for Castellanos after going 2 for 4 yesterday. The hot streak has to be coming soon, right? Raider Frank responds with, no, only his outs count. His hits don't matter. Once Philly fans find a whipping boy, he's done.
Well, that doesn't fit this show.
It doesn't today.
He can easily
I get what Raider Frank's saying.
I don't think it fits this show at all. That's not what I don't think that's what either one of us ever does, even though you have brought something up about the Sixers we talked about yesterday with Tobias Harris. Like it's that I think for the most part we are two fair-minded guys.
Yeah.
That will always try to applaud when necessary, critique when necessary, and leave the pom-pom shaking to somebody else.
Yeah, and if he played well in the playoffs, I would have been the first one to say, good job, Tobias. But he put up, how many points was it in the final game of the playoffs?
But now you
0?
say if he did come back. And by the way, there was another piece yesterday.
I'm rooting against it.
That speculated that he could come back.
By who? Tobias.com?
No, Tobias Harris has got, there's people talking because it's being talked about on NBA Live. They're even saying is where could he end up, like as far as list. But by the way, he's one
of the Guangzhou Lions. That's where he's going to end up. He stinks.
He's one of the 10 most active free agents out there.
Well, yeah, because number-wise, the guy, look, John, I've said this a million times. No, I get that.
I understand it.
He can still score 20 a game. Right. It's just not here.
No, I don't want to derail you.
And even when he plays here, he doesn't fit.
But it might be here. Just prepare yourself. It might be here.
Also, I'm already grabbing the paper.
They worked out Sam Decker, maybe a Furcon Korkmaz reunion, too, while we're at it. What do you say,
man.
Andrew?
No, he doesn't fit the Houston Rockets mold. Gotcha. It's got to be all former Houston Rockets. They also brought in Tony Bradley. Remember him? Backup center that people cried over when he got traded. Yeah, dude, if Tobias Harris comes back, I would lose my mind.
Okay, I don't want to derail you on that.
Tom, by the way, Tom sent me a tweet yesterday. I wasn't going to bring it up on the air, but you brought up Tobias, so I'll bring it up. There was a guy that put out a tweet. All honesty, it's going to feel weird without Toby on the team next year.
What?
Forget the basketball perspective. Toby is an all-around great guy. Thank you for everything. Thank you for everything. Thank you for what? I do believe he's a great guy. I have talked to him. I think he's a tremendous human being.
Great guy.
What do you mean?
What does that have
Thank
to
you
do
for
with
everything. What is everything? What has he done? What did Tobias Harris ever do for this Sixers team to uplift them?
He had a game winner against the Lakers 6 years ago.
Oh, whoa, great.
Yeah, no.
He stunk in the grand scheme of things. Come playoff time, he was abysmal.
Okay. All right, we've done enough, Tobias. I shouldn't even have brought him up.
Listen, man.
Set you off.
It does.
My gosh.
Well, you're telling me there's reports? More
Bring
reports?
the same energy.
There's more reports that they might bring it back?
We got you.
It's ridiculous. By the way, as the show goes on, I have all the box scores and all kinds of stuff up. Johan Rojas 1 for 5 yesterday in Lehigh Valley. Just going to keep you guys up to date on the resurgence of Johan Rojas.
Yeah.
Tough start.
Me, by the way,
he did have a ribby yesterday.
We have 3 defensive miscues in the outfield in 2 days. And that home run
2-0, baby.
And that home run ball would have been caught.
You can't say it would have been caught. You absolutely can't say it would have been caught.
Would you say 70% probability that ball's caught?
A better chance.
I agree with you.
Better chance. Don't give me that.
No, it would have been a better chance.
Pache cannot even run to the right spot.
It was a horrible route, so I will give you better chance. I can't say 70%. It's not like it hit the top of the wall and went over.
First of all, he would have been at the wall. He would have been there with 2-3 seconds to spare. And then timing his jump. He wouldn't have taken, I don't know what Christian Pache's route was to that ball.
Route.
It was terrible. It was as if he was being covered by, big play Slay, and he was trying to find some daylight.
But
he
I can't sit here with complete honesty and say, it would have caught.
Here's what you can with complete honesty, and I'm going to tell you right now. With complete honesty, the Christian Pache is not the center fielder that Rojas is.
Nobody's saying that he is.
Yeah, but there are people saying that it's not a drop-off. It's a freaking huge drop-off.
I can't go huge drop-off.
Three defensive miscues, and I'm not counting the missed home run ball yesterday. 3 in 2 games.
What were the 3?
Just saying. There have been last night there was another one. Marsh Boot, another one got another base.
He played left field.
And then gave up a base. And gave up an extra.
That had nothing to do with Johan Rojas would have made the play.
No, I'm saying is the outfielders.
What's the kid from Bad News Bears?
We get 2 for 2 for Marsh giving up extra bases. It's not good. It's not good. You can't have that good defense.
Yeah, but Ross he'd be playing center. Marsh would be playing it wouldn't have made a difference.
With Marsh playing center, he's more likely to make an error.
No, but you're talking about last night being a miscue as if it had anything to do with Johan Rojas. It had nothing to do with Johan Rojas.
And it did. It was a miscue, and it led to an extra base, which also led to a run.
Right, but it had nothing to do with Rojas not being on the team.
No, but I'm saying
play happened in left field.
Yeah, your defense is taking a step back, is what I'm telling you.
He'd be playing left field whether Rojas is here or not.
But still, the defense takes a step back because maybe you're positioned a little different when you have a center fielder who doesn't cover as much ground. Maybe it's not the same.
If Bryce Harper boots a ground ball tonight, is it because Rojas wasn't playing center?
No, it's like sort of like the stupid Schwarber stat. When you have outfielders, you're absolutely a different left fielder when you've got Johan Rojas in center than when you have Marsh. You're expected to cover a much bigger distance.
Could be.
No, not could be. Don't do the could be.
I don't think Brandon Marsh in left field yesterday had anything to do with not having Johan Rojas on.
Do not do the could be. Absolutely Marsh has to cover more ground when Pache's in center than when Johan Rojas is there. Come on.
Dude, Pache is still a very good defensive outfielder.
Very good? Okay.
Yes,
he's good.
Very good defensive outfielder.
That was terrible last night. Tom Amansky would be like, here's what you don't do, kids, trying to track down a ball. Awful. That was terrible.
By the way, Pache's OBP 30 points higher than Rojas.
Yeah.
What's that batting average?
That's on base percentage, baby. Yeah. That's all that matters these days.
Whatever.
OBP and OPS, those are all the things that matter.
You two are worse than the political ads during every half inning.
Let's go to Ben on the cell. Hello, Ben.
Hi, Ben. What's up, buddy?
Ben?
So, you guys, I called in the other day. You guys know I'm on your side of this whole Sirianni-Hurts thing. And I think the biggest thing is, I listened to all 3 shows. And, Tyrone's biggest point against you guys is, why does it matter if Sirianni and Hurts get along? And my thing is, I'm not even looking at that aspect of it. The fact that there was whispers of something, it has to be addressed. Because if it's not, it just sits and simmers, you're going to have, like I said, the young guys, things are going to start to be questioned, when they start playing bad.
Yeah, and if you want to blame, if I'm not saying you, but if people want to blame us for bringing it up constantly, all right, fine, but we're going to keep on bringing it up. We're going to bring it up. People are going to ask him in the media, right? It's not just radio. It's also people that cover the team. People are going to keep on bringing it up until, to your point, Ben, it is addressed.
Exactly. It's not just going to go away. So it doesn't even matter that the whole relationship aspect of it, to me, doesn't even matter because now it's a disruption. So it needs to be addressed. And I think, like I said, Tyrone's so focused on the point of why does it matter if they get along. To me, it doesn't. That's not what matters. What matters is that something's out there, and it could be a disruption to the team unless it's addressed and put to bed. And nobody's really focusing on that. Everybody's just like, the Sirianni-Hurts aspect of it. To me, I'm not even looking at that aspect because they don't have to get along for
the team to be successful as long as they can coexist. That's it.
Yeah, coexist.
Absolutely.
I think they need to do. Thanks, Ben.
Thanks, Ben.
I think they need to do a little better than coexist, but they do not have to be friends.
Nobody's saying that they have to be
right. No, and we never said that.
The best show ever believes that we said that they have to be best friends.
We never ever have said anything like that.
I think I heard them say that we believe they need to hold hands as they walk out of NovaCare.
Very similar to like when, is like Tyrone actually, I saw the picture the other day. He actually was carrying the boxes for Brian Johnson to his car the day that they showed him the door. And I hope that Tyrone told Brian, 2 creams, 1 sugar. That's how Dan Quinn likes his coffee.
That's how he likes it.
That's how he likes it. 2 creams, 1 sugar.
All right, coming up next, we get more of your reaction. You can text it. You can call in 610-632-0975. An interesting article that I just saw on the Philly Voice from Jimmy Kempski. The 10 worst contracts in the NFC East. How many do you think the Eagles have? Think of a number during the break. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, around the bases with Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic. A couple of things I want to let you know about the Fanatic Deal of the Week. Get two $50 gift cards that can be used at over 200 Pennsylvania Campground Owners Association campgrounds for the price of one. So you get $100 for the price of $50. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com/deals. And we have FanFest coming up Saturday, September 28th. How many days till FanFest, Johnny?
Tomorrow will be 100.
100 days. Unbelievable. So 100 days till FanFest tomorrow.
It's 101 today, but I won't be with you tomorrow.
And this is your Friday, so congratulations on your success.
I'm leaving the country.
You're out of
here. In honor of 100 days to FanFest.
So check it out, 975thefanatic.com for all the details. We'll have online ticket raids on that website. They'll be starting up soon. Of course, all brought to us by our friends at FanDuel. Saturday, September 28th at Xfinity Live. 7? Caller 7?
7 it is.
All right, call number 7 to the contest line, 215-263-0975. We'll win another pair of FanFest tickets, which is coming your way Saturday, September 28th. Call number 7, 215-263-0975. So Jimmy Kempski, who I think does a tremendous job for the Philly voice.
A tremendous, interesting angle every time.
All the time, yeah.
Like
all the time.
He is the most unique writer, I believe, in town.
He put together his top 10 worst contracts in the NFC East. I asked you before we went to break, how many do you believe are on the Eagles? Just take a guess.
Top 10?
Yep. Now, this is Jimmy's perspective.
3.
Tom? Take a
2.
guess. 2. Johnny, you're correct.
It's got to be Bradbury.
That's 1.
Has got to be absolutely one of them.
I'm thinking Barkley, too. Saquon?
I'm putting Saquon Barkley on the list as a 3rd.
Nope.
Wow. Okay.
There's a caveat.
Well, what do you mean, what's caveat?
Well, number 10.
I didn't know the caveat.
Number 10, well, I guess maybe not caveat, but he...
An asterisk?
He gets you on this one. So number 10 is Ezekiel Elliott with the Cowboys.
Okay.
Going back to the Cowboys.
Sure.
1-year deal this offseason. Worth $2 million with incentives that could raise up to 3.
See, I don't think that's a bad contract at all.
Well, he says, however, Zeke still has a $6 million dead money charge on the Cowboys' 2024 cap for when the team released him last year.
Oh, okay. So he's like $9 million.
Yeah, it's really $9
like
million.
$9 million.
Well, that's actually kind of amazing.
Yikes.
So
That's more than Saquon's making this year.
That's crazy.
Isn't that crazy that they brought him back knowing that they already have dead cap money with him?
Yeah, that's crazy.
So he comes in at number 10. Number 9, followed by number 8. Jason Kelce and Fletcher Cox.
Okay, well, I wasn't guessing dead money.
I know.
Okay.
Kelce and Cox retired this offseason will combine for over $39 million in dead money in 2024 and 2025. He said, I had a hard time getting to 10. So he needed to add 2 more in.
Okay.
Brian Burns with the Giants is 7. Now, I think he's going to be a tremendous player. He already was with the Panthers.
Why would he have him as one of the worst contracts?
He says when the Giants traded a high second-round pick and a fifth-round pick to the Panthers for Burns this offseason, it was regarded as a steal, perhaps partly because the Panthers are such a joke of an organization. If the Panthers hadn't gotten a far better offer for Burns previously, I'm not so sure the Burns trade would be viewed quite as favorably. In addition to trading the 2 picks, the Giants then gave Burns a 5-year, $141 million contract.
I think that's a bad contract.
I think he's a very good player.
I think he's a good player, and I do not think that is a good contract.
He's young, too. So
he's very young.
I don't
he's
like
only,
that
what,
contract.
25, I think?
Yeah.
I do not like that contract, though.
It's interesting because the Giants, they stink, right? Like
they do.
Daniel Jones is horrible, and I'm sure he'll be on this list. But Daniel Jones is horrible. Like they're not even close to winning, and yet they're still it was an interesting move, to say the least. It may be setting them up years down the road. Again, they signed him to a contract extension. They gave him a 5-year contract. So if they have a new quarterback in the next year or 2, and then they're ready to win 3 or 4 years from now, Brian Burns is still playing probably at a high level at that time. But there's just some times where a team makes a move, and I go, really, that's the one that you thought would be the right time to make that move? There's so many other issues you have.
I don't like that contract at all. I like the player.
Yeah, I love the player.
I just don't see it right now with the Giants.
He has Deron Payne, 6th, defensive lineman for the Commanders. He has Terrence Steele, tackle with the Cowboys. They gave him a 5-year deal for $82.5 million before last year. He then had a bad season, ranking 69th out of 81 tackles, according to Pro Football Focus. Now, I don't believe in PFF, but,
Right.
that's pretty bad. 69th out of 81, and you're paid top dollar as an offensive tackle. So he comes in at 5. James Bradbury comes in at number 4.
Bradbury's contract's terrible.
It's pretty bad.
And I screamed it from the top.
I know you did. Now, if he played well, nobody's complaining about the contract.
No,
but the fact that he was as bad as it was.
I still think it's a bad contract.
DeMarcus Lawrence comes in at 3. Dak Prescott at 2. And then Daniel Jones, of course, coming in at number 1, which I don't think anybody disagrees with that. I mean, that's a horrible contract. And it was a horrible contract the day they signed it.
I knew Daniel Jones and I knew Dak Prescott. Like, I've tried to think the other names, I did not get their contract.
Right. They weren't the first ones you were going to think about.
I knew Jones. And Prescott's contract is bad because of the fact that they didn't get an extension done to make it more palatable.
Well, it's $55 million.
It's crazy, right? Dude.
It is just crazy.
It's insane.
It's a lot. All right, coming up next, we reset the entire show as we do to start the 9 o'clock hour. The Phillies with another win last night. I want you to be big enough and give Nick Castellanos his credit today. Still pretty quiet with that. See, I knew it. People don't like doing it.
Absolutely.
And I think that's horrible. Nick Castellanos deserves some credit from Phillies fans today, and it's quiet. We get more texts about Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni, but Nick Castellanos, I actually just straight up asked you, hey, show some love to Castellanos, and a lot of you are afraid to do it or don't want to do it. Why? It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Comeback complete. I'm Tom Alvord, and this up.
Right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. You know, I forgot to tell Tom Alvord, and we can ask Tom if Brendan Gunn has alerted you. Every Wednesday, Adam Schefter joins us at 8 o'clock. At 9:10, we play the 5 best minutes of Shefty. Do we have that ready?
I couldn't tell you because no one told me.
Well, I can tell you that Brendan Gunn,
I'm sure,
he's all over. He's not just thinking about his payout of his incredible,
which we're going to update you guys
parlay.
on.
You'll get an update
now.
on that.
But do me a favor, Tom. Live radio, baby. We play the 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter at 9:10. Hopefully, we have that ready. And if we
sure.
Do, all right, good. Now, speaking of Brendan Gunn, B. Gunn had another strike of luck last night when the Edmonton Oilers made it a 3-2 series.
It's so exciting.
That final 20 seconds was
awesome.
Just incredible. Kachuk diving and saving the puck, and then
and Kachuk showing every single coach forever will say, look at
right.
This. He gave his team a chance to still win.
And then Connor McDavid ends up still, netting it.
Sure.
And
did
end up
you
winning.
see the guy that was on McDavid, Oliver Ekman-Larsson, gave up on the play. So Kachuk does that, and if you look at it from the one angle,
The other guy
Ekman-Larsson
gives
doesn't.
up.
Yeah. So all that for nothing.
So they make it a 3-2 series. Now, if you're just tuning in to Kincade and Salciunas, where have you been? Show number 68, Johnny. Tomorrow's a big one.
Yes, it is.
And you're out for it.
And I'm out for it.
Come on, man. You're missing show number 69. Brendan Gunn put together a...
You and Connor can handle that.
I'll leave it at that. A futures bet of a bunch of champions. And what did he already have? He had the Chiefs winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah, the Chiefs winning the Super Bowl, had Connecticut repeating.
Right, winning the national championship. And right now...
the Celtics winning the NBA title.
Finals.
So he's got 3 wins in the books.
And he's got
the Edmonton Oilers to win the Cup, and then the Phillies to win the World Series, and Georgia to win the national championship in football.
Right.
Who, by the way, the Phillies and Georgia, when we get to July, may be the favorites in both.
They could be. So right now, it is a 3-2 series deficit.
A $1 bet,
Edmonton.
by the way, for a $46,000 payout.
Which is amazing. It is now up to what, $250?
$212, I think.
$212. He's in the $200 range.
Over $200.
He's in the $200 range for a payout.
Connor told him to cash out the other day at $144.
So did I.
And I said to him, I will cover you if you don't get another offer higher than $144. You absolutely will, and he has.
And he
has.
Now
I'm off the hook having to cover that.
Congratulations on your success.
I would have had to cover that.
So now all of a sudden, it's in the $200 range. He's letting it ride.
He has
He's told, at this point.
Because Game 6, I'm going to tell you this, if they win Game 6, I think his offer will double.
Oh, might, yeah.
I think it's going to be like $440, $450. And then he has to just decide what to do.
Right, because if they end up winning the Cup, I mean, that's...
If they win the Cup, he will get an offer if they've won the Cup. And then you have Flyers and Georgia, the only 2 teams left.
Phillies
and Georgia are the only 2 teams left. He's going to get a cash-in offer in the thousands.
I would say, at least 4 figures, right?
I would think
have to.
I would think like $2,000. And for $1,
for a $1 bet,
and the suggestion, Tom, I think you made it to him this morning. You cash out that, and then you place a couple bets on the Phillies.
A parlay of Georgia and the Phillies for like $100.
And
exactly. Why not?
Right? Cash in on that.
Beautiful, man. So we're rooting for Brendan Gunn.
Hope he does that.
Everybody here is rooting for him except for one person. She'll be renamed.
And I don't know why the hell she's rooting for anything to do with the Florida Panthers.
I get it.
By the way, the Flyers could still end up with the 31st pick in the draft. I believe is the number it would be, because they're either getting the second to the last or the last. So we're rooting for Edmonton to win.
Absolutely.
So the Flyers move up 1 spot.
Tunis, can they do it? You said it's over, 3-0. It'll never happen.
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. I got to stand behind my morals.
They could do it.
I'm going to stand behind my morals. They're not going to do it.
I think they can too.
Anytime a series is up 3-0, they should just end it.
I'm going to tell you
Best of 7 series, and unless it's a 3-0 series lead, you just end it.
If it goes 3-3, Edmonton wins. If Edmonton is going to lose the series, I say they lose it in 6. They're not losing in 7 if they win that game.
Regardless, I'm rooting for it.
Come on,
for
Brendan.
the victory, so that I can be named an idiot, which I hear all the time, and that Brendan Gunn gets his money. All right, coming up in about 5 minutes, if we have it, our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter.
Couldn't tell you.
So let us know.
What do you think? He's counting his $200?
He might be busy. He might be busy. You never know. You can text and call in 610-632-0975. But here's what I want to do. I'm going to try one more time during the final hour of this show to get a couple people to show some love to Nick Castellanos, because it is amazing to me, John, even though I knew it, I knew people would not start flooding to the celebration of Nick Castellanos, and I think that's wrong.
Okay, now here's the thing, though, is a few people have pointed out, like, you guys were killing him yesterday. And so now I'm not going to jump on board because you guys were killing him yesterday. You want to praise him today. We're praising him for the last 2 days of – that's excellence. 6 hits in 2 games? That's excellence.
4 doubles.
That is absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, 6 for 9, 4 doubles, and the game-winning hit yesterday. It's
not hypocritical to praise him.
It would be stupid to not do it.
Him.
It would just be stupid. Like, it would just be wrong. Like, you're just a bad person if you don't want to give the guy. Like, honestly, you're just a bad person. If you don't want to give Nick Castellanos any credit today, you yourself are a bad person. I would not want you to meet my family. No, I do not want to hang out with you, because when somebody that is successful wearing one of our team's jerseys and you can't find the strength to send in a text or a tweet or a call and say, attaboy Castellanos, you can't do that, then you're a bad person.
There have been more that have decided to just be like, nah, I'll pass.
Why?
I'll wait.
That's horrible.
I think that any other player would look differently. I don't think he's endeared himself to a lot of people.
Okay, and that's fair. And as we said earlier in the show, every bit of criticism that man has received this season, deservedly so.
Okay.
Deservedly so.
Yeah,
he has been horrible. He's hitting .219. Like, I'm not sitting here saying, why is nobody giving this guy who's batting .400 his credit? No, he's hitting .219. He has skyrocketed, John, from .204 to .219 over the last 2 games. He is having a bad season. But Nick Castellanos playing well does better things for the Phillies. Nick Castellanos has played well the last 2 games. Nick Castellanos has played very well the last 2 games, 6 for 9 with 4 doubles and the game-winning RBI yesterday. That should be celebrated. People should not just say, oh, well, this is what I expect out of him.
He's only 16 points lower than Johan Rojas. It's amazing.
Better defensively, though.
Yeah.
Hey,
that's right.
He's on a roll.
The metrics tell you. I just don't understand why people struggle so much to give credit when credit is due. And people do that with every sport.
It's one of my cardinal rules, and you've learned it a little bit here. You heard it enough times. We like who we like. We don't like who we don't like, and we will bend over backwards to continue to hold those opinions.
I also think people would rather be right than have their team succeed in certain situations. I do believe that. Like, people,
really?
I do. That people would rather be right about how they feel about a certain person or team than root for your team.
Look,
God, I'd rather be wrong.
Jalen Hurts is a prime example. There are people that went very hush-hush 2 years ago.
They did.
And then last year, a lot of people
back up.
crawled out to rip Jalen Hurts, and I think that's horrible. I think it's horrible. I didn't think Jalen Hurts was going to be this great quarterback. I wanted to move on from Jalen Hurts. I wanted to trade for Russell Wilson. I've talked about this a million times. But when Jalen Hurts starts playing well, he is the quarterback of the Philadelphia Eagles. That makes me happy. I smile when my team does well. But there are people that when the collapse started happening, they started crawling out from under the woodwork again.
There'd be nothing better than to be wrong and see your team have a parade. There'd be nothing wrong. You can live with that. You can live with an opinion L for the rest of your life. Go to the parade. Have a blast.
Right, absolutely.
That would be so much fun. And if Nick Castellanos bats .300 for the rest of the year and the Phillies win a World Series, I will be glad to have been completely wrong.
And who knows? For them to win the World Series, he might have to have another incredible series.
And
like he did against the Braves last year and the year before.
Right? He did. The Braves hate him. Boy, they hate him.
I'm sure they do. All right, you can text and call in 610-632-0975. We good to go, Tommy?
Yes.
Are we?
I'm just going to press Vox Pro and see what happens.
All right, here are the best 5 minutes of Adam Schefter. The great Adam Schefter joins us. Shefty, good morning.
Andrew, John, what's going on this morning?
I have been taking your advice since last week, Shefty, and it's to move forward. Well, here's the problem, Shefty.
Sure.
It still seems like some things are carrying over.
That's fine.
It is.
Now, one of the things I want to ask you, because it has been the talk of the city all throughout this station, all throughout local news networks. It's been talked about ad nauseum to the point where Eagles fans are getting tired of it, but it's the NFL. It never sleeps. Jalen Hurts had an opportunity, an open-ended question to sort of talk on the behalf of Nick Sirianni. And he chuckled, he paused, lip smacked a few times, couldn't really think of anything nice to say at all. And of course, like we do, we talk about it a lot, maybe even blow it out of proportion. But I want to ask you, Schefter, is there anything to a potential disconnect between Nick Sirianni and his franchise quarterback, Jalen Hurts?
Well, I didn't hear the question that was asked, and I didn't hear the answer. And if you want to read into it that he didn't come out and support him, maybe there's something there. I'd have to hear the whole thing to give you an honest take on. I can't comment on something I didn't hear on either end of it. But again, is the relationship what everybody wants to be? It just keeps coming up. So there must be something there. There must be something there because this is a regular topic for whatever reason. But again, I guess I just would fall back to the simple idea that if they play good winning football, those issues aren't going to much matter. And if they don't, then they will become magnified if there are issues, in fact. So I don't have a specific thing where I haven't heard the comment when he didn't support
If you don't mind, we have it at the ready if you'd like to hear it. All right, Tom, go ahead. Play it for Schefter.
What have you noticed about, Nick being open-minded to change up the offense like he has? I mean, what's that say about him?
I mean, it's a great question. I don't know that I know the answer to it.
Well, what have you seen? What have you seen from him as far as doing that?
I think he's just, he's been great and, the messages he's delivering to the team. He's trying to be very intentional in what he's saying. Yeah.
So that's it, Schefter.
That's a terrible answer, Schefter.
I mean, he kind of pauses and stammers, but it also sounds a little bit like Jalen Hurts, right? Like he's very laid back in a lot of the answers he gives, right? Does Jalen Hurts ever sound like overly enthusiastic on anything?
No, I think the one big thing that I've pointed out after, we've studied this answer like the Zapruder films is that even when he doesn't answer a question, he at least gives an answer, right? Like he says things that may not make sense to what the question actually was, but the fact that he didn't even have anything to say is what's led to the discourse for the last week and a half here.
Well, that's what happens. You get to mid to late June, and you get a non-answer to a question, and it's enough material to dissect and debate and speculate on for weeks to come until camp begins. I mean, really, that's where it is. Again, if it were in season and this were to come up, they'd be on to the next game, and you play the game, and they'd win or lose, and we'd be on to the next topic. But because that's not the case, we get belabor something like this that I don't know the exact meaning of. Obviously, he doesn't come out and fully endorse him. There's not this warm-hearted message there, but I don't know how much of that is real, intentional, just the way Jalen is, the time of the year. You don't know what happened with his life that morning. Maybe, who knows? There's so much that can go into it that, I don't know. To me, again, I would say onwards.
We were discussing earlier a review of the off seasons of all 32 NFL teams where the Eagles received the only A of any team. I got to ask you.
Who's giving the grades? You guys?
No, this is the
Seth Walter, ESPN.
Seth Walter, ESPN. That it was the only team to get an A was the Eagles on their off season. So I ask you, how much do you believe in teams winning an off season?
Not much, and it's like assigning draft grades. That's how much it means to me. It's not to be disrespectful, but it's like, the New England Patriots, in the year they drafted Tom Brady in the 6th round, probably didn't get high grades. You don't know who you hit on and who you didn't hit on in free agency in the draft. You have beliefs and you have ideas and you have thoughts, but until you actually see it unfold. Now, look, on paper today, whatever that's worth, I don't mean to be the party pooper to the whole situation, the Eagles look like they got done basically everything they would have wanted to have gotten done in the offseason. They sure seem like they were in command, in charge, ahead of the curve. Look at the wide receiver deals. It looks like they signed the right players. It looks like they drafted it. But I don't know. You go to camp, a guy gets hurt. Guy isn't as good. Again, I'll come back to this. If Jalen Hurts isn't playing well, I don't care that they got an A in the offseason. It's going to basically wash out with any good moves they did if he's not playing well. If the quarterback's not showing up and doing his thing, then I don't care how many other good players they signed or drafted. It's going to get washed out because the season will get washed out if the quarterback's not playing well.
All right, there's our 5 best minutes of Adam Schefter. You can hear the entire conversation on our website, 975thefanatic.com. That final part about, look, everything's on paper, and I got to see how it plays out before I evaluate. I totally understand.
Correct.
But let me ask you guys this. Did the Eagles, let's leave it at this instead of players that they acquired. Did the Eagles acquire a player for every position of need this offseason?
No.
Okay.
No, well, no, they did. I can't take my opinion.
A player.
Right. So, yes, they did.
And then my next question is, did they improve at those positions? At least, I know it's on paper. I'm trying to not make this an on-paper discussion.
No, I think everything's on paper right now, right?
I know, but, I can say comfortably that Devin White is a better linebacker than everything they threw out there last year. Now, Devin White could end up regressing for a fifth straight season this year, and that could end up coming back to biting me and the Eagles specifically in the rear end because that's one of their big linebackers that they acquired this offseason. But every position I go, all right, they got someone that excites me except the pass rush. That's really it.
They got people that excite me at some and others that I'm like, meh. And Devin White's one of them. I'm not.
You're curious to see how he plays out.
Yeah, but if Devin White turns into a real player, I'm going to be shocked. I really am going to be shocked.
I got you.
I'm not expecting.
Fair.
I'm expecting him, but as you say, conversely, I expect him to be better than some of the guys we've had.
Nicholas
in the last
Morrow,
few years.
Zach Cunningham.
I think he's better than that, but I just don't. I don't expect him to be. I'm not looking at it as wow. We're going to go. This guy's just had a career rebirth.
Right.
It's been too long a skid in the NFL. Usually that doesn't reverse.
I got you. Now, I wanted to bring this up earlier, and I forgot to. My bad.
What's that?
So, Tom, you were talking about it was during today's headlines with Tom Alvord, not Connor Thomas.
There you go.
About how the Eagles didn't really address the pass rush enough where they could have kept Hassan Reddick, blah, blah, blah. I, like Dave Dombrowski, believe that if there is an area of weakness for the Eagles come trade deadline time, Howie Roseman will address it. We've seen it in the past, and because we have Super Bowl expectations, and I'm sure they do as well, I don't think Howie Roseman sits on his hands.
Sure. What is the chance that player is anyone near or close to what Hassan Reddick's production can be? And he did that last year with Shaq Leonard. How did that work out?
Didn't work out at all.
There's a lot of names and Kevin Byard as well. There's a lot of names at the deadline, but how do I know that those names are going to come in here and actually be able to produce?
Right, a lot of time guys are available for a reason.
I just believe, and that's my biggest thing. He may do that, and I think he will do that. It could even before the season, honestly.
Right, there could be a roster cut that surprises a lot of people, and the Eagles bring them in.
It just confuses me so much that, and I get why. There's stuff behind the scenes. Maybe they don't want to deal with it in the locker room, distraction, all that stuff. But when you build a roster offensively to win a Super Bowl and then trade away your best defensive player without giving them a chance to actually, hey, he might have re-signed for a 1-year more guaranteed money deal. It's his hometown here. Before you even let it get to that point, you trade him away. That's just my...
It bothered me too, Tom. It did. Now, we're watching it unfold in New York, and it's not really...
In June.
But it's not really going in favor of both Hassan Reddick and the New York Jets because Reddick's getting fined, and the Jets don't have one of the players that they traded for. But, I was with you. I'm still with you because I'm afraid of this pass rush, especially when the Eagles are known to be building through the trenches, right? O-line and D-line. And I don't know how great the trench is for the Eagles' defensive side. I love Jalen Carter. You need more out of Jordan Davis.
A lot of question marks on that D-line.
There's Bill Colarulo's all about Milton Williams. I got to see it first.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I trust Bill's eye because consuming his content even before he came here, I know that there's a lot of thought put into it.
Yes, absolutely.
But Milton Williams is one that I'm really going to have to.
I got to see it.
Watch. And I haven't felt it. I haven't felt he's on the come.
Pacheco's very big on Williams, by the way, as well.
Yeah. Those are two guys who spent a lot more time sort of breaking it down and looking at it. And I just haven't seen it.
And look, he's had to play behind Fletcher Cox, Javon Hargrave, when they brought in Ndamukong Suh and Linval Joseph. He had to play behind all of these guys for a while. So this is his probably legitimate first shot. And I think he's a free agent after this season. So this is a contract year for him. So maybe he does ball out a little bit. But I'm talking about Milton Williams, man. Right? I'm not talking about Jalen Carter is going into his contract year. I'm talking about Milton Williams.
Yeah,
the pass rush still concerns me.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
But other than that, I like the direction of the Eagles.
I do too.
Agreed.
Yeah,
the youth movement on defense, I think, is a good one.
And
a smart one.
I will be absolutely I will be absolutely incredibly shocked if they don't win the division. I will be disappointed if they don't win at least a playoff.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I've done less questioning this offseason than I did last year. I questioned a lot last offseason.
I think we all have.
Yeah, and I think that's a good sign.
Coming off a Super Bowl, though, I'm shocked as to how critical a lot of us were, and it played out.
Oh, because they didn't win that one.
It did play out.
And people wanted to see a victory. All right, so coming up next. She hasn't texted me back yet. We're hoping to speak with Kate Scott. Kate Scott, one of the newest voices of Madden. So we hope to talk to Kate coming up next. We'll get to more of your texts and your calls. You can climb in at 610-632-0975. We'll have our Kincade Salciunas Key 3 and also our crossover with Bob Cooney. Still to come, busy 9 o'clock hours, Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Castellanos plays hero. I'm Tom Malvord, and this update is brought to you by Staples Stores.
to come right out.
But you love
on
the
fire.
Bagster, so I mean,
I do. I'm a big fan of the Bagster.
It's a dumpster in a bag.
I'm sorry. My bad to the people at the Bagster. All right, so we got a bit of news. Pascal Siakam, according to Adrian Wojnarowski, intends to sign a new 4-year deal, $189.5 million max contract to return to the Pacers. To me, no shock that the Pacers gave up as much as they did to acquire him. They weren't going to let him walk. But it's interesting to still keep an eye on the OG Anunoby situation with the Knicks because he was apparently not happy with the latest contract that they offered him, which I don't know why you would trade as much as the Knicks traded for a guy that they won't do whatever they can to keep him.
Yeah,
a rental, rentals in the NBA for multiple first-round picks, that doesn't happen.
And Emmanuel Quickly, right? He was in that trade.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he was.
So a young, promising player.
So it's something to still keep an eye on. I imagine the Knicks do whatever they can to retain him.
Supposedly they will not do that at all, though, if you read the New York papers.
What do they say?
They have a number in their head, and they will not go over it.
Really?
Yep. There's a number in their head, and I think they've already been exchanging ideas. They're not going over it. And supposedly it's a very generous number.
Sure it is, but if he can get a more generous offer somewhere else.
Does he sense the situation?
He has every right to go to the free agency.
No, I think you'd look like a fool, though, if you're the Knicks. And
the Knicks, right?
Absolutely.
Right, the Knicks would look. The Knicks would look horrible.
You're going to look like it's a foolish move, but I think. Do you sign what you would consider a bad contract just to say we can't do anything but sign a bad contract?
It's like the Tobias Harris situation for the Sixers.
And everybody here would say you don't do it.
Well, because you trade assets for Tobias, and a big reason he's back is because you don't want to risk losing him for nothing and then losing Jimmy as well for nothing. So do they look at it that way where, hey, we just can't afford to lose this guy, or do they see maybe his flaws a little bit more?
I'd want my general manager, if I'm the owner of the team, I would want my general manager not to do that.
You're right.
Not sign a bad contract.
We've talked
just
about
to justify a move.
We've talked about this a lot, Tom. When Connor's been in, we'll get your thoughts on it. OG Anunoby, I think, is a great player to have on a team that has championship aspirations. OG Anunoby is not a max contract player,
and I wouldn't pay him a max contract.
I think if you sign OG Anunoby to a max contract and you are looking to win, that contract, you talk about it similarly to the way that we talked about Tobias Harris's contract, where this is a third star that's making way too much money who's not a third star.
Well, that's why when the Sixers have been linked to OG in the past, not as much now because I think everybody just thinks he's going to re-sign with the Knicks. When the Sixers were linked to him, I was against it. I know what he can do for a basketball team, but I'm not doing it on a max deal. He is a better defender than Tobias Harris.
He's definitely better.
But Tobias Harris, you could make the case, is a better scorer.
Yeah.
He is.
Who disappeared in big moments. Right now, OG Anunoby's defense wouldn't disappear. I think his defense would still be tremendous, but I don't know. I don't think he's pure enough of a three-point shooter to go with Maxey and Embiid, and that's exactly what your issue was with Tobias Harris.
Yeah, it's different if he's a piece of a championship team. If he's like your fourth option offensively, I think that you have a shot of winning a championship.
But you're not paying him. You're not paying him to be your fourth option.
He's being paid to be your third or second option when it comes to the money. So yeah, I'm totally with you. OG Anunoby, the player, intrigues me a lot. The money and the contract, no. Especially if he's saying that the Knicks aren't offering him enough. No shot. I'm giving him the money.
Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting situation to keep an eye on. But yeah, Pascal Siakam signs the max contract with the Indiana Pacers. He's a nice basketball player. The Pacers don't scare me unless Tyrese Halliburton takes a step forward.
The Pacers don't scare you?
No.
Okay, tell me, what do you think the pieces are going to look like with the Sixers? Because I'm going to make a statement here.
There's few teams that do. Okay. Like Boston scares me.
Okay,
Indiana does not scare me.
You don't think Indiana has a chance to be better than the Sixers next year?
They have a chance. I'm saying.
Are you?
When I say scares me, I say, all right, that's a team that there's no way the Sixers can beat. The Sixers can beat.
No, but I say if you say they don't scare you, then that means you guarantee me you think in a playoff series the Sixers would beat the Pacers.
No, I'm not guaranteeing you that they beat them, but I think.
Well, that's what I would take when someone says that team doesn't scare.
Well, it all depends on how you take words. I could guarantee you that the Celtics would have beat down the Sixers in the playoffs if they'd faced each other this year. I can't guarantee you that the Pacers would have beaten the Sixers.
I think the Sixers might have been the toughest out that the Celtics would have faced.
Okay.
I really do.
More so than the Pacers.
I really do. I think they might have been. But I also think that the Pacers would cause holy hell for the Sixers.
I mean, what teams scare you in the NBA? Boston will scare you.
No, when I think scared, though, when I think because I think it's sort of the dismissiveness of, oh, that team doesn't scare me. That means you don't think they could stand in your way if you have a chance to win a title. I absolutely think the Indiana Pacers could beat the Sixers in a 7-game series.
All right. I mean,
but I don't know. But I haven't seen enough of the pieces of what when I see what Daryl Morey does, then we're going to figure it out.
I'll say this. I would feel confident, depending on how everything goes, of course. I'd feel confident that the Sixers have a chance.
Is leg falling off again?
That the Sixers have a chance to beat, that the Sixers are going to beat the Pacers.
They'd have a chance, but I would never say that there isn't any chance that the Indiana couldn't beat them. I mean, I think it'd be like a 60-40 proposal, that the Sixers would be 60-40.
Yeah, again, it's so tough when we still don't know what the team's going to look like or anything like that. I mean, Indiana had a nice run. You saw how lopsided that was when they got to Boston.
I love their coach. I love the exciting style they play. And I think that style of play would tire the hell out of the Sixers.
Probably.
And especially it's the older Sixers.
Other bit of NBA news.
What's this?
Amazing to me. The Pistons just fired Monty Williams.
What?
Really?
Wait a minute.
You signed that contract
last year,
signed.
Right?
Yeah.
How much does he have left on that contract?
5 years, $65 million.
All right, Monty Williams every American man's dream he's being paid $65 million to go away?
Yeah.
For the
5 years, $65 million.
I swear to you, if that ever happened to the vast majority of people, they would say,
okay.
Good. Done for the rest of my life.
Oh, wait, you don't want
I'm doing nothing.
You don't want me to coach this young Pistons team that has one player on it? All right, sure.
And I'm going to get paid $65 million guaranteed to not coach. And if I'm Monty Williams, honestly, if I was him at this point, I think I'd never work again.
I say this all the time. It's very easy, especially in this business, to kind of look, and I think Philadelphia does this at times, just as fan base, to look at our teams a bit more negatively than we should. It could be so much worse.
It could be so much worse.
That is you hire the coach to build a culture, a guy you give, how much money? $80 million it was?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
And then you fire him after he even gets a chance.
It was $78 million, I guess.
With their best player injured all last year in Cade Cunningham.
New general manager, though. New president of basketball operations coming in.
Well, yeah, Woj literally tweeted out the new president gets to pick his head coach. But still, I
can't believe someone's being paid $65 million. A coach being paid $65 million to go away?
That's wild to me, man.
I've been told, and again, I do not know this. Again, this is not reporting or anything, that there was, when the discussions about Nick Sirianni, the idea of paying him $14 million to do nothing was part of the discussions. $65 million for an owner who probably has a lot less money than Jeffrey Lurie does.
Dude, hold on a second. You know how we always talk about the backup quarterback has the life?
Yeah.
Monty Williams.
He got paid by New Orleans too, right?
Phoenix. So,
oh my gosh.
Remember, this is the Kevin Durant probably had his hands on this. Monty Williams signed a 4-year contract extension on July 27th, 2022, was fired May 13th, 2023. He had 3 years, $21 million remaining on that contract.
So he has $86.
Oh my God!
He has $86 million coming to do nothing.
To not coach.
Nothing.
I swear to you, I don't care. I know guys who coach in the NBA, guys who do our jobs, guys who do certain jobs. There's people with big egos that their work is everything to them. Oh my gosh, your life is. Oh, you know what? Go live a beautiful life, and then set up your generations of your family for a beautiful life.
That's unbelievable.
Walk away, Monty.
I'd go for one more contract and then try and get fired in 1 year. I'll be honest. I'd be greedy.
Do whatever you can to get fired.
Hornets.
That's incredible.
Unreal. So what a wild day in the NBA. Pascal Siakam gets his max contract, which I expected that to happen. He's a good basketball player. But for Monty Williams to get fired after just 1 year, to your point, Cade Cunningham's hurt, all of it, pretty much? I know they had the historic 28-game losing streak, but they had no talent on that team. Their best player was Alec Burks and Bogdanovich. And then they were trying to trade for Tobias Harris in the middle of the season. It was the weirdest thing. And they fire Monty Williams, and this man's just making bank for the next, 7 years?
$86 million. Who cares how long he's being paid it?
Right,
he has
exactly.
$86 million.
So he probably goes to the Lakers now, right? And in all seriousness, Monty Williams, there's talks about JJ.
Monty Williams is a better option than JJ
Absolutely.
Redick.
He went to a finals. Absolutely.
More proven option.
Right.
Than JJ Redick.
He'll get an assistant coaching job.
Why would he take an assistant coaching job? He's got $86 million coming.
I don't know if
why would you do that?
I don't know if he'll get a head coach.
Yeah, but why would you?
I don't know.
I think he gets a head coach.
2 teams in a row that have fired him wrongfully.
Guess, yeah.
Wrongfully, but he's been fired twice in the last 2 years.
$86 million. Oh my God!
Unreal.
There's no way I'm taking an assistant coach's job when I got $86 million coming to me.
Right?
No way. No way am I being being the grunt, doing the grunt work for another guy to get the glory.
Unbelievable, man.
Man, that's crazy.
All right, coming up next, we have the Kincade Salciunas Key 3, the 3 best minutes from today's show, followed by our crossover with Bob Cooney. And then I'm going to walk into Scott's office and maybe get fired and get, $86 million? Is that how that works?
Scott has the checkbook out, baby.
Do I get $86 million if I got fired?
No, I'm not going to be greedy.
Good luck.
I'm not going to be greedy. I'll take 8.6.
Yeah.
I'm not being Salciunas. I'll take 8.6 and goodbye, everybody.
I think that's a good deal.
I'll take like $80 right now, honestly.
You're like Brendan Gunn. Don't cash out yet.
It is Kincade and Salciunas.
And don't say that out loud, Tom.
97.5 The Fanatic.
The Boston Celtics are in.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Real quick before we get to the key three.
Yeah.
The Florida Gators.
Oh, no. What now?
They have a freshman coming in to play basketball.
Okay.
Olivier Rioux.
What?
I don't know where he's from.
Okay.
Guess how tall he is?
7'6".
Tom?
5'5".
7'9".
What?
He is a 7'9" center.
This is like Bronny is 6'4".
And they said, if accurate, this would make him the tallest college basketball player ever. There's a photo of him. His toes are barely off the ground, and he's dunking.
7'9".
He's
Come on.
7'9".
This is like Bronny James was 6'4".
7'9", 290 pounds. He's from Quebec.
He's from Quebec.
So he's a French Canadian.
You know what? I'll be in Canada tomorrow.
You can see if it's true.
I'm gonna research this story and check it out.
I played for the IMG Academy, so there's.
Oh, so he went down to Braden.
So I imagine there's actual data surrounding this kid, whether it's real or not.
Taken into consideration, Coop. That IMG Academy, we were down there a few times doing stuff. I'm going to just tell you, it's an amazing place.
All right, yeah,
it's
so
amazing.
When he's an athlete,
if your kid was really, really good at sports,
yeah, like Cooper will be,
and they wanted to do that, well, if the receipt decides one day to do that,
it's the pharmacist. The receipt.
He's CVS. He's CVS.
The receipt. That's so much worse.
It's the pharmacist.
The receipt.
Man.
He's the receipt.
It's the pharmacist.
No, he keeps the receipts on everybody.
You're the only one that likes that one. It's the pharmacist.
That's because I came up with it. That's why I like it.
All right, it's time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
I am going to put people to a test today.
Okay, what kind of test? I didn't study.
Can you give Nick Castellanos some love today?
Yeah, absolutely. I've already done it. I always believe that if you're going to come with the heavy critique, but I'll go, hey, on that window of time. Now, let's see if he can change my opinion.
Right.
As a player.
But you're going to still applaud him for last night.
Absolutely. And no, it's that you see glimpses of him. And here, people are like, extremely frustrated because you got to watch him 162.
And rightfully so. Right? Like, everybody should be frustrated with Nick Castellanos. I'm not going to sit here and
you should be able to be frustrated.
You shouldn't be frustrated. Like, no, you should be. He is not playing up to his contract. As you have pointed out, he had one great half of a season, which got him in the All-Star game last year. Oh, by the way, he might get into the All-Star game this year for all we know. So everybody who has an opinion on Nick Castellanos that isn't favorable, that isn't fanfare, that isn't lovey-dovey, you have every right to. I'm not sitting here saying, let's give him a standing ovation.
Yeah, we're not doing
tomorrow.
that.
No, we're not doing any of that.
We're not the show of standing ovation.
No, but I do believe people should be big enough and give credit when credit is due. So Nick Castellanos is a player. We did a show, last week, 2 weeks ago? We like who we like, we dislike who we dislike.
And I believe that 100%.
Nick Castellanos is the poster child of the guy that people don't like, and then they'll always be critical, but they won't give him his flowers when he deserves it.
Well, today he gets flowers, baby.
He deserves his flowers today.
And no disrespect. We ain't rolling into the Acme and getting flowers.
No.
We're going to go to Polites.
Polites, thank you.
We get Polites, we get some flowers for Nick.
I found this interesting. It was Haley's idea.
Yeah, Haley
who runs our YouTube.
This is Haley's idea.
So she was wondering, because she was wearing a T-shirt yesterday, we were thinking about slogans and what the Eagles slogan should be for 2024. So what would yours be for the Philadelphia Eagles?
For 2024, my slogan is on every T-shirt, players at training camp, they're walking around, we can't let that happen again. And here's what I did yesterday. Dork Boy went and looked at how many players referenced at the end of the year. We can't let that happen again. That can never happen again. End of the season, locker rooms as they're cleaning up the locker rooms, just saying, that was so embarrassing. We have to find a way to never let that happen again.
Right.
So it's perfect. I let them write it. We can't let that happen again.
Love it.
That's it.
And it's very similar to mine.
You're kidding me.
Mine is move forward.
Oh, my God, I love it.
And it's a double meaning.
Okay, no, right.
Hey, move forward from all that mess from last year, right? Like, you got to, I don't want to say ignore what happened last year, because part of fixing from your mistakes is realizing the mistakes that you made, and that could be on the field, that could be in the film room, that could be relationships between coach and quarterback that we've obviously been talking about a lot.
In other words, we have too many of a laundry list of things that yours could be.
Exactly. There's a lot that could fit under this umbrella of move forward. The other thing, move forward like further in the playoffs. So for me, it's move forward. The great Adam Schefter joins us. Shefty, good morning.
The Eagles look like they got done basically everything they would have wanted to have gotten done in the offseason. They sure seemed like they were in command, in charge, ahead of the curve. Look at the wide receiver deals. It looks like they signed the right players. It looks like they drafted it. But I don't know. You go to camp, a guy gets hurt, guy isn't as good. Again, I'll come back to this. If Jalen Hurts isn't playing well, I don't care that they got him paying in the offseason. It's going to basically wash out with any good moves they did if he's not playing well. If the quarterback's not showing up and doing his thing, then I don't care how many other good players they signed or drafted. It's going to get washed out because the season will get washed out if the quarterback's not playing well.
Look, I'm not sitting here going, this is the turn, right? I did put out a tweet last night saying it has to come at some point. Right? Like, I don't think Castellanos, I've told you multiple times, he gets up to 240, 250,
He'd be at
right?
240, 250.
And that means he would go on a pretty decent
He has to go on a little bit of a bender.
Right, for him to get up that high. He's up to 219 now. Right, absolutely. And look, he's too good of a ball player for him to have a 162-game terrible season. Right, terrible. Because up until last night, he had been playing terribly. He has had a couple of moments here and there. I think this is his second walk-off hit this year, so he has had moments, but nowhere near to the player we expected the Phillies were getting when they signed him 3 years ago. So hopefully, this could be a beginning of a turn for Nick Castellanos, but it was nice to see yesterday. All right, that's the Kincade Salciunas Key 3, and now it's time for our crossover with one Bob Cooney. Bobby, good morning.
What's up, boys? How are you?
Wonderful.
Hello,
How are
Robert.
you?
I'm doing great, thank you.
I wanted to.
No complaints.
I asked you a question that
Yes,
you
what's
heard
the
us
question?
discuss, but then I said, you know what? Save it for the crossover.
Oh, yeah. What is the question?
So when I say the sport of baseball, the sport of football, the sport of hockey, the sport of basketball, who are the first athletes that you think of or first figures that you think of from those sports? And this was in honor of Willie Mays, who passed away last night. Baseball, I'm sure a lot of people would say Willie Mays is the first person to think of for baseball. Mine was Ken Griffey Jr. for the sport of baseball.
We're doing non-Philadelphia, right?
No, you could just do first person that comes to mind.
First person that comes to your mind. So I'll go basketball first, right in your wheelhouse.
Dr. J.
Yeah,
I was a little kid when he came here, and that was superstardom that the likes of which you never heard before. And then he came here, and it was just like, oh my God, who is this guy? So Dr. J would be basketball. Baseball, probably Mike Schmidt if we're going like locally or whatever. But first Phillies game I ever went to, Henry Aaron hit a double to win the game for the Braves. I was like 6 years old. And my dad, told me, he's like, this is one of the greatest players ever in the history of baseball. So that's one that's like 1A maybe. Cool. Yeah, hockey, it would be Gretzky. Although, I was a little kid when the Flyers won the Cup. So if I'm looking, Bernie or Bobby Clark, yeah. And then what else we got? Football. Wilbur Montgomery, my favorite all time.
Wow.
Him and Brian Westbrook are my two all-time
So
favorite.
you went all Philadelphia pretty much.
Well, you got to think of it like, that's how.
I said Reggie White. I said Pete Rose.
I didn't like your Pete
Barry
Rose
Sanders.
answer at all.
I know you don't like. Well, your dad didn't like the Pete Rose answer.
I hate Pete Rose.
You learned to hate him.
I learned to hate him.
You were
Even when I was a kid that they brought him here, I didn't like him. But it's because that's my formative years. Like when I was little and John was little, we didn't have national.
No,
it was
that's a good
just
point.
local.
Yeah, that's right.
That's all we could see. Yeah,
You didn't see much
That's a
local.
great point.
Until late grade school when ESPN came along.
Yeah, Andy,
And then
feel
all hell
better.
broke loose.
We got Michael Barkan joining us at 11 today, and we have Matt Breen joining us at 1 o'clock. So
Sounds good.
And Amy Fitto's here too.
Oh, good.
Okay, boys.
Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, H&H Heating and Air Conditioning, and make a donation today. You need H&H, by the way. Make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. You can do it today at 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives.
Johnny, have fun in Toronto this weekend. Enjoy climbing up the Space Needle or whatever the hell it's called.
I'll see you Tuesday morning.
You'll see us Tuesday morning. Connor Thomas back at it tomorrow. So, Tom, thank you very much for all that you've done this week. I'm sure you've enjoyed the early morning wake-ups.
Love you, Tom.
He sent me a topic idea at like 11:30 at night.
Boy, he's awake.
I was long gone at that
I'm
point.
not home from work till 11. I'm used to.
That's true. Everybody have a great rest of your Wednesday. Bob Cooney with Amy Fidul and Ray Dunn coming your way next.